I am here now. Hi, happy time zone, everybody. We're just going to get straight into it today in the interest of keeping things ticking along. See, we've got a nice little conversation happening in the chat. Sour Sprout, while I think it's possibly possible to eat a windmill, I would encourage you not to. Just because, like, the windmill probably has a job to do, and I'm just not sure that's the best idea. But do what makes you happy within certain safety regulations. All right, anyway, let's get this poll started. Today's theme is fancy tails. All of these Pokemon have fancy tails, and I'm warning you now, the color of the square is the color of the tail, not the Pokemon. Some of these are extremely misleading, which is like my favorite kind. So I hope you all waited and heard all of that before you started clicking on what color you guys wanted to pick, because I put that disclaimer out there front and center. It's right there. Wow. I did not finish the Pokemon from last week, which means that today's stream is going to have a slightly different structure to it, and that's okay. We're going to start off with a new Pokemon. We're going to take a little break in the middle to work on finishing some of these, or at least moving them along a little bit. Having 5 in the backlog is stressing me out. And then at the end, we will potentially come back and do another one of these, because you know me, I'm trying to do these like little 2-hour block things. So 2 hours on our first Pokemon, we'll spend a couple hours chipping away, maybe even just 1 hour chipping away at some of that, just making some pieces, that kind of thing. And then we might do another one. So, like, that's the plan for today. You're incapable of waiting, I stand by my choice. Oh, Night Kim Pokey Trainer, thank you for sticking around to vote. We'll let you know how it goes. I feel like the Boring Colour Brigade should pick number 2, but we've got some votes for number 1. Oh dear. This is not the direction I thought this vote was going to go, and that's okay. That's okay. I haven't finished them, so the Pokédex isn't updated yet, but you should know it's looking very full. On my working version of it, I have like the little squares like blocked out in just like bright yellow so I can find where I'm supposed to stick things. And yeah, there's just not many spaces left. Plus, I managed to start filming the Soul Silver run again. So I filmed 2 more episodes of gameplay on that. That game is not working with me at the moment, but it does mean that I'm a person with a great many secrets right now, because while there's that little time delay between me having filmed that and knowing what Pokemon need to be made, and these streams happening like live in between, it means that I might be like fudging the numbers here and there if you hear me like say something that doesn't quite line up with your version, like with like in terms of like how many we've made. Just try not to pay too much attention to it. I'm trying really, really hard to not like release any spoilers into the wild, but some of our counts are different than what they appear on the surface right now because of those episodes, which won't be starting this week. I don't think, not with this many Pokemon to finish for the stream. I can't turn around and just make 6 more of those videos. It might actually just like break me, but I think they'll be starting next week is the plan. The blue is beautiful. Yes, I think it's quite a pretty colour. It's hard to tell quite what it is. I kind of thought it was purpley, which I thought might make some of you happy, but it's also, yeah, it is quite blue now that you've pointed that out. Fancy tails. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Bo. Hi Logan, welcome to the lives. Okay, has everybody voted? This is the question we all want to know. Has everybody liked the stream? I'm actually remembering to ask you to do that. I'm trying to be better about it. I know that if you're chatting, you've subscribed because that's the settings we've got it set to. But like, yeah, no, if you like the stream, I don't think it really does anything, but it makes me feel better about it. Let me just fiddle with my settings for 1 second. Okay, cool. All right. Yep, I think we've got the votes that we're going to get. I will close this poll off and we will get started. It is a very denim colour, I agree. Nerdity Master, you're here, hi! Yeah, no, it's very denim colour. That's an accurate description. All right, so you guys voted for number 3. I would love to know who you think number 3 is, just while I read out the actual poll results. But like, because that, like I said, it's the colour of the tail. So who do you think has a tail that colour? So number 3 won with 61% of the votes, followed by number 1 at 21%, number 2 at 12%, and number 4 got very little love at just 5% of the votes. So thank you to everybody who voted. None are turquoise, therefore I voted chaotically. There just are no turquoise tails left, I think, in the ones we have left to make. Just knowing that more of the Soul Silver videos are underway, it really lifts your spirits. Good luck with my gameplay. Yeah, no, it is being brutal to me. I've had to like literally, I don't want to spoil anything, but I've had to literally like change my rules. It'll all make sense in context. I'm trying to stick with the spirit of the gameplay rather than like the literal rules of it because, yeah, we hit a point. J of all trades, you only just missed the vote. So you can now decide for yourself who you wanted to barrack for, but door number 3 was selected. And we are going to erase it and have a little look. Pidgeotto? Yeah. There it is. I asked for what your guesses were, and it came straight up. Now, Pidgeotto is way more complicated than Pidgeot, if you ask me. Like, I think the same thing happened with, like, Kadabra and Alakazam. It's that they put the harder one in the middle for some reason. But yeah, we're going to start off today by making a bird. And I have Pidgeot here, because Pidgeot's been living in a trash can for a while now. And, I'm still not sure where Pidgey is, but that's mostly because I haven't looked. It's not because she's been, like, missing for a long time, but she's about this big. And, she's either buried on that shelf or buried in that bag. I'm not sure which. And I know it's my job to know, but I'm doing my best. Oh, Jabutz, here come the pics. Alright, there we go. So that's Pidgeot. Let's get you out the trash can. It's just the raccoon's trash can. I don't know, Pidgeot fits, so Pidgeot sit. And we need a sprite on the screen of our birdie friend. That's not a bird. Why is he guarding the chat like that? That's so weird. Okay, so Pidgeotto was very, like, show-offy here, but the other two have been put into, like, this little, like, nestle position, so I want to do the same thing with Johto. And I'm not sure if we've named her, but let me just check. Let me just check the Pokédex for us. Okay, so Pidgey was called Tater Tot, and Pidgeot was called Spudgeot. Oh, and I was pitching Pidgeotato for the middle one. So we'd have Tater Tot, Pidgeotato, and Spudgeot, but the name is of course up to you guys. I'm just going to enforce that Pidgeotato is one of the options unless I like one better. Is she still hiding in your hair? Possibly. We haven't done Pidgeotto, we've done Pidgeot. It's just Pidgeotto is like a fancier version of Pidgeot, which is weird because Pidgeot comes afterwards. So we are going to put her in an appropriately nestled position. Do some sketchy nonsense here. There we go. We have a tiny beak. Fancy hat. She has quite a fancy hat too. Like, the trouble is, it's that, like, the differences between her and Pidgeot are so, like, subtle in my opinion, and I know that they're not really subtle, but you kind of have to see them both side by side to even, like, understand the difference here, because I think he has big, long, fancy hair, but maybe hers is just, like, a slick back. Yeah, okay, hers is just a slick back. Thank you to everybody leaving reference images for me in the live stream channel on the Discord. That's actually really, really helpful. Okay, have an eyeball. And then she has 2 of those. What else? What else? Okay, she's got eyeliner on as well. All of them do. And okay, so she's got, rather than just like all one piece, she has like a face marking and then a separate tum. Now, because we've done wings down, I don't need to worry about the fact that the underwings are a different colour, which is, I know, a little bit cheaty, but honestly, makes them so much easier. So we'll tuck those little wings away. Oh, I think I did feather tips differently. Let's have a look at the back of it. Okay, she needs the alternate coloured feather tips as well. We can do that. And oh, that's so weird. She goes from having 2 toes at the front, 1 toe at the back as Pidgeotto to 3 toes at the front, 1 toe at the back in Pidgeot. That's so bizarre, but okay, we can do that. Okay. And then we have the fancy tail. which isn't really present on Pidgeot, who just has regular tail. She has stripy tail, which is going to be annoying, but we'll make it work. Let's see, there's 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and like they are different colors. Okay. There we go. We have a little portrait. Yep, Arcanine is named Embark. And he's just not quite ready for his public appearance. I'm sorry, everybody. I knew I was going to fall behind. I didn't know it was going to be quite this behind. But we're all doing our best. And you guys have traditionally been very forgiving about that stuff, and I really appreciate that. There we go. I just want to make sure that I'm not, that's kind of why I'm doing things a little differently today. It's like I want to make sure I'm not too far behind as we approach the final 2 and 3, because that'd be rough. I want to just enjoy the ride, same as all you guys. And we are getting real close. We have less than 20 to go. There's a little bird, who once again I've drawn from a different angle to them what it's showing on camera. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. It's flat on. It's not quite the same. So we are going to, I want her to be slightly smaller than Spuddy here. Excuse me. But we still need a base potato. Couple of little feet. Shouldn't be too hard. We're going to need the belly piece. It's just going to be an elongated teardrop. I'm sorry, I have to leave the Discord. That's ridiculous. I can't watch that. We're just spectating the hard part. You get all the time you need. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. I do try to keep it entertaining at least. I should honestly probably just just refer to the Spudget pattern with some of these things, but I can at least tell the techniques that I've used and try and replicate them a little bit. The tail here, instead of being able to make it as one piece, I think I'm going to have to make it as 5 separate pieces, or possibly 2 separate pieces. One piece with the 3, and then one piece with the 2, and then just sew it on all fancy like. The hat is kind of just a piece like this, but the lines need to run this way. So that's important when it comes to Rose, because normally I would have built that from the front. But if I want the lines to run that way, it's a little bit more annoying, but I think it might be worth it. I'll think about it. I think I built the beak in, but I think I built the beak into a face piece, not into the body itself. So the face piece just needs to be lots of little blobby bits here with a beak attached. Not a very big face piece. And then just like with the others with the eyeliner, I just stitched that on. We are using safety eyes today. They will attach through this face piece, not into the head itself. Yeah, I think that's all of our pieces. I do wish I knew where Pidgeotop was. You know what, guys? If you humor me for 2 minutes, I'll have a really quick, very aggressive look and see if we can find her. I'm going to put the break screen... No, I won't put the break screen on. I'll let you guys still listen to me as I natter about, but I'm just going to turn the camera off so I can roam freely. There we go. All right, I am still here. We are on a quick and dirty quest to find our little bird. We have Pokemon flying everywhere. Some of them you know about, some of them you don't. And that's okay. Oh, hey. Hello, Magikarp. What are you doing over here? Oh, guys, I found Caterpillar too. I know that he was missing last week. I don't want you guys to worry anymore. He was sitting on top of my computer the whole time. There he is. Hello. Okay. I knew it wouldn't take me long. So yeah, we're making the middle evolution of these two. Oh, this begs the question, do we use the yellow for Pidgeotto or do we use the cream? Okay. Let's start pulling colours, shall we? That's an option for the red. It's not quite, it's maybe too pink. I don't like it. I showed it on camera and then I was just like, no. This one. This is the option for our red. I believe it's the same one. Yep, same one we used for Pidgeot. much better. That's the more accurate color representation. That's our red. What else? We're gonna have to raid the ongoing project barrel here. Why it's a bad thing to have too many built up. It's because I end up with like so many things locked away. Look, that's where our canine's up to. Poor little primeape still only has one arm. But these are all things that like we can fix very, very quickly in the space of about 15 minutes each. So like, we're just going to make it a point to do that today and take some of the stress away. Oh, I feel something frogging. Nope, nope I don't. That's our colour. That's our Pidgey colour. I have cream right on top here. I don't think yellow is actually in this bit. Black and white are, but not yellow. There we go. Where's my pale yellow? Must be Fossick about. There it is. So we definitely need this for the tail because it's like those two colours together for the tail. But for the belly, I think we're going to go with the cream like we did on this fellow because this strikes me as just like a baby bird type of colour. So, yeah. I'm excited about this. And it looks like I used antique rose for feet and beak. And we can do that today as well. We have our bird colours. Let's pop them up there. And sneak the spoiler book off the counter. That's better for all of us. Pidgeotto. And I forgot to update my counter. So we're losing air. Where is it? There it is. Okay, cool. I found it. This is our 131st Pokemon. Yeah. Okay, cool. This is the proudest moment of your life. I missed something. We already have 4 names and haven't done a stitch. Oh, do we have 4 names already? I haven't been paying attention. Current name list. Bird, Burb, Floof, Base Tato, and 4 names yet stitchless? Oh, 4 names yet stitchless. Oh my goodness, are you guys racing me? That's not nice. Alrighty, I assume we should start with the Base Tato, and the trick here is going to be making it somewhere between these two while having no memory or recollection whatsoever of what size I actually made those two. So, freehanding at its finest. Let's see how we go. Okay, we have a stitch. The beak is pink, that is correct. I have a nice pink here for the beak. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you for clarifying, honey, because I was like, yeah, you're getting a pink vibe from it because it's pink. Pidgeotto is the one that I've like reserved. I'm warning you now. It's going to be one of the options in the poll. It's because we've got Tater Tot and Spudget, and so I thought Pidgeotto would be a fun one to have as an option. And sometimes I get to suggest names too, and I have a lot of power that I try not to abuse. So it's going to be one of the voting options, and I will not enforce it if you guys pick something else. Oh, you were just reminding me to get the pink yarn. Bird, Burb, Floof, Base Tato, 4 names yet stitchless, beak, pink, and Pidgeotto. Good job, everybody. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry. 11 and 12. Now, looking at this chubby little fellow, I think I went up to 24 for the head. And on this little guy, I think it was 12. So I think we're going to do 18. Oh, you're such a cute little family. I hope I can make the middle one, you know, good enough for you. So we're going to go up to 18 around for the head on the middle one. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Yes, we are going to be trying to size it between the other two. But I also don't have my notes on what actual size the other two are. So we're doing it just by eyeballing it, and I'm sure it'll be fine. See, the funny thing to me is that knowing how long the name list already is, how early we are in the process, there's a pretty good chance you guys are going to want to add additional names to that, which means at the end of this is going to get real messy because we can only have 4 in the vote. So y'all are going to have to narrow that list on down. I'm pretty sure things like bird won't make the final cut. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, there's our little lady's head. Now a lot gets attached to the heads, so I understand that this probably is going to look the wrong size. If anything, I'm actually worried it's a little big, but I think it's going to be okay. And now we turn them all in profile. Did I start growing straight away, or did I move down a couple first? I think we moved down a couple first. Pidgeot, work with me, buddy. Pidgeot's just a baby and doesn't understand why he has to be at work today. Okay. Yeah, so I'll do... I'm honestly just going to be taking this one here 1 row at a time because I am trying to match it so closely to things that already exist. Whereas like if I was just freehanding it, I'd probably plan this 2 or 3 rows ahead. But 1 row at a time, a little bit more cautious just to try and make everything line up. If she ends up a little bit different, so be it. That's okay. They're allowed. So like I mentioned before, the good news is I don't have to try and attach eyes through this base tato. I just have to, they'll go on through the face. It's fine. I love that you guys managed to pick one that has so many pieces when I'm so stressed about having all of the pieces on the others. But let's just see how many we can get done in our little 2-hour window before we start stressing. That's the plan. And it'll be good to finish off this little family line as well, actually. She's been waiting a while. Because I think we made Pidgeot back in, it was like January or February, right? In the last block of Soul Silver. Can't remember specifically when we did Pidgey, but I know Pidgey was on stream. Because Pidgey, little darling, hatched in front of the world. You want to combine bird and burb to bedurb? I think bird is better than burb. Burb removed. Oh wow. See, that's going to start fights in the chat right away, isn't it? Bye bye burb. Okay, that's good, I think. So we're currently like here, and I think we have a little bit more to go. I think I'm making her a little bit more upright than Spud, who's just like really settled down into his own comfiness. So just need to straighten this up a little bit. I should have spent a little bit more time drawing this out nicely. I think we have 1 more row of 18, then I start increasing at the back. Problem with so many pieces is that my design work is all covered up, so it's a little hard to see specifically how I increased at the back. That's fine. It's not like there's a million different ways to accomplish the same thing, right? Oh, night breeze. Thanks for hanging out. You have to be ruthless while trimming names, entirely without ruth. The flabbers must be gasted. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So yeah, I've been getting a little distracted this week. I'm locked in an epic poetry battle with... I don't even know how to describe the group of people. We're close, right? She's my sister-in-law and my sister-in-law's brother, and also like anxiety bakes is involved with it as well. And it's just like, we're just, yeah, it's over like 600 lines or something long now. And it's kind of gotten away from us. But these are the things that happen in my group chats. So it's just a thing that's happening. It's a thing that's happening in my life at the moment. And I feel guilty that I'm not responding to it more, but I also feel like I'm hogging some of it. So watching the Pokemon get built throughout the stream makes you think they'll grow up so fast. Oh, they do. I wish they grew up a little faster. It's one of those things where, like, I love watching the hyperlapses afterwards, because like when I speed up footage and that sort of thing, because it makes it look like magic. But then I remember very distinctly feeling like this right now, of just like, okay, cool, no pressure or anything. It's just everybody's watching, everybody's waiting for the thing to happen. Best do the thing. Do the roar, do the roar. Let's say I'm at the side. I think the side fits me best here. We're 18 around, so if I do that, we've got 9 on either side. And let's say we're going towards the back first. I think we just do increases first to get us started. Or I could do like a slightly more aggressive strategy, but that might make him too pointy. I'm going to try an aggressive strategy, which just means that I'm increasing a lot in a very small area. I know I throw the word aggressive around too much. I overuse the word aggressive. But yeah, I'm going to try that first and just see if I'm liking the shape it's coming out, or if I want it to be a broader shape, because we can always come back and add a few extra increases to make it a little broader. But it might be just what we're looking for. It's hard to tell. There we go. You've lost your Crojo at the moment. You look at a lot of patterns and just can't feel it. Yeah, I understand that feeling. Do you have a different craft you could try for a bit for an outlet? Or even just pop the crochet down for a bit would be my suggestion, and try not to force it. You'll probably find that there's some external stresses of some kind that's impacting your ability to pick a project or find joy in your hobbies. And some of those things can resolve with time, some of those things can resolve with action, but in the meantime you don't need to force yourself to do something because you feel like you're not enjoying yourself enough. But yeah, swapping to a different hobby, a different leisure activity might be just the ticket to refresh you. Go somewhere new if you can. Try something new. Sometimes that can help shake things up a little. Be aggressive, it's okay. Thank you, Alyssa. Okay, I think this is gonna work. Yeah, cool. I'm enjoying this already. So that means we have to now do 5 single crochet. Sorry guys, my voice is a little rough today again. You'd think I was some kind of party animal out every Saturday night screaming or something with the way my voice is super rough every stream day. But honestly, it's just because at the moment we've just hit winter, it's just gotten cold and there's a lot of smoke in the air. That's literally it. Hi Nibble Drake, you're not that late. We've only been going for half an hour. 3, 4, and 5. We're making ourselves a fine feathered companion to match up with our other 2. Which is good. It means that there's no chance of megapodding this little bird. And honestly, because she's so many little tiny pieces, once the main base potato is kind of locked in, the rest of the pieces should come together pretty quickly. Because they're 3 rows for a face, 5 rows for a hat, some stringy bits for a tail. You know what I mean? These are not large or complex pieces. I think the belly is the only other massive piece. The wings might take a little finagling, but they're not going to be a huge problem. You were working at the house, you're moving on Wednesday. Oh yay, all of your stuff. It'll be in the same spot at the same time again. I can't imagine how much of a relief that will be. Just having the pure convenience of just having all of your stuff in one place again. That'd be great. You hunt zombies when you need a crochet break? I think that's a good idea. I've been playing Monster Train 2. And I'm quite enjoying that. Though, yeah, what I do in my non-crochet time is usually eat and sleep. If I'm honest. No, the theme today is these Pokemon have fancy tails. It's just we're down to the last 20 Pokemon or so, so pretty much everything finishes off an evolutionary line. Okay. Gotta make sure I don't make her too big, but I gotta make sure I don't make her too small. At least one more row of growth, possibly two, but I think we're coming out the right size. Now look, mate. You clearly need some assistance, and just don't shake the baby. How about this? Little potty for the Pidgey. Seven, ink, 3, ink, 16. What are we up to here anyway? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 30. Oh, nifty. I like it when things work out nice and even like that. Well, that makes sense though, because we've been adding, what, 4 per round for 3 rounds after we hit 18. So yeah, that'd get us to 30. That tracks. Remember, you were just a complicated houseplant with emotions. Yeah. And a fair whack of anxiety, but we all cope. The theme's now going to be big stretches because you need to find some arbitrary reason to combine 5 out of 15 to 20 Pokemon into a group. True. Very true. Like, I'm pretty sure next week's theme is going to be something along the lines of, I spun the wheel 5 times and this is what it picked. You know? But like, I'm trying to keep it interesting. Like, the colours of the squares today are the colours of the tails of these Pokemon all have fancy tails, but the colours on the squares aren't the colour of the Pokemon, they're the colour of the tail. So, like, you know, we're keeping you guessing. And unless you have the spreadsheet or the Pokédex literally open in front of you, remembering the ones we have and haven't made is also going to become trickier for y'all as well. So, like, I'm confident that there'll be still some element of surprise available to us. Sun is an issue at the moment. We are having storms here in the UK. Yeah, we got hail. Was that? Time's gotten real weird on me, but I'm pretty sure we had hail after last stream, but before this one. So if I talked about hail last week, I'm sorry. I've just lost track of when I am. Hi.
Hail was 2-3 days ago?
That's what I thought. I thought it was recent-y.
Yeah, hail was very recent.
But I wasn't sure if it was recent-ish. That's what I mean.
Because I remember looking at the pots and thinking like, wow, they're really watered. They don't need any more water.
Honestly, it feels like we were literally just streaming and now it's stream day again. And I know I somehow made a video between now and then, but I don't really... It's all a little fuzzy.
I'm going to check for a gas leak.
There's no gas in this building. Ooh, can I pick the next one? I have no idea about how they all interact. I'm just here for the community and the chaos. Hi, Anxiety Bakes. I have spotted you in the comments. I win. Okay. Is that big enough, do you guys reckon? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, give her some chonk, but like... She's a little closer to Pidgey than she is to Pidgeot, but we're going to have a lot of stuff on her, which will add size. So I think that might be big enough. Sorry. So we'll do a round of 30 single crochet to like lock it all in. Like so. Round we go. When am I? Yeah, when am I? Exactly. Oh, happy birthday to anybody who has a week within a certain radius of today. If your birthday falls outside of that radius, you'll have to wait until either your week or next week. And yeah, happy birthday to everybody. We try and do a weekly birthday, and it applies to anyone 3 days before the stream to 3 days after the stream. Do I have enough Pokemon left that have a different number of digits on their hands and feet can be a theme? I don't think so, Bumblebee. Maybe once we move into one of the other generations, but for Gen 1, it's just really a matter of like picking a handful of them, working out what they have in common, and then sometimes swapping one or two out if there's something that suits the theme better. Alrighty, I'm not sure if I start closing off that tail yet or if we go around again. I think we go around again. I'm going to move my marker though. Gonna make it a little easier. Happy Time Zone Mag! Yeah, big enough. She goes from chick to bird to airplane anyway. Yeah, that's true. It's good, it's good, it's good. Go. Sorry. Little brain fog. What am I looking forward to and dreading from Gen 2? Well, we're already a pretty hefty chunk of the way through Gen 2, actually. I have to be vague on the numbers, but, I mean, you guys know that I've been playing the Soul Silver run, and those videos aren't out yet, so that means that there are 12 additional Pokemon fitting into the Pokédex amongst various gens, and I don't want to, like, give too much away, but we are more than a quarter of the way through Gen 2 at the moment. And, I don't know, I'm trying to think. I'm a little fuzzy because, like, I kind of think of Pokemon as, like, Gen 1, Gens 2 to 4, and then everything after that. That's how I think of them. So let me have a quick little scroll through Gen 2, and let me tell you if I can come up with an answer. Okay, so the Feraligatr line, I'm worried is going to be a little bit complicated. Moving right along. Most of these are kind of fine. Mareep, I'm a little intimidated just because I love her, and I think she's meant to be very fluffy, but I know that I'm going to try and crochet it. So it's one of those things of just like, it could go really badly really quickly. Honestly, most of these are kind of just fine. I'm a little nervous about Scissor, because Scyther kind of got out of hand and is very like a weird little floppy doll. So, that's not ideal. Sorry, just having another quick read through. We've already... Okay, here's the thing, right? We made Raikou, right? And Raikou would have been on my list of ones I'm a little nervous about, but Raikou kind of turned out great. So that's kind of taken the edge off making the other two legendary dogs of that. Yeah, and the rest are kind of just, like, fine, I think. Like, I just having a quick little look through. I'm sure we'll discover our own pain points as we go, but like there's fewer like big scary ones that kind of intimidate me in that, or we've already kind of tackled them and like lowered the barrier to entry, whereas like Gen 1 feels like there's a lot more pressure because they're a lot more beloved. I don't know if we'll still be making the Gen 1 Crochetdex by my birthday, and I don't know if you'll have a break when we finish it. I say I'll have a break, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop streaming. It just means that we might not go straight into Gen 2 on these streams. We might do, like, some sketching, or some working on some other projects, or a little design sesh, or we might play a game together, or, you know what I mean? Like, the streams aren't going to have a break as far as I'm concerned right now. I mean, I'm not going to rule out the idea of taking 1 week off, but, like, at this point I'm not really planning on skipping any streams. Yeah, I'm planning on just going on through. I just don't know if we'll roll straight into Gen 2 or if we'll take a little breather, particularly if I'm going to have to be editing a lot of stream footage for the video that I want to make. This video has been 2 years in the making. So, yeah, this video has been 2 years in the making. You're excited for Stantler and Chikorita? And seeing how Miltank comes out. Ah, yes. Miltank and those udders. She's fine. My Miltank will be adorable because my Miltank won't move. The only thing disturbing about Miltank is the way she moves in all of her sprites. Anyone going to do Art Fight this year? I'm not familiar with what Art Fight is. Lugia has a lot of bits. Yeah, but we've tackled lots of bits before. We're bit champions. All tangled up. You love the ferret? Hey! I love that you love the ferret. I am so keen to, like, that ferret was going to be a skunk, alright? I love skunks, and I love the fact that I mentioned skunks in that video, and the comment section and Instagram and, like, wherever I've posted it, it's full of people going like, yeah, skunk. I'm like, I love that people love skunks as much as I do. They are so silly. And they are, I'm sorry, they are superior to both cats and dogs. They are just so adorable and so ridiculous. And I love them. And I love them so much. I love watching them move around. I love watching their tails just like doo, 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 doo. They've got big boopable noses. I've got silly little tongues and big flippers. It's just, they're adorable. Yeah, it's just the best. For the break work on the squog quilt? No, I don't have to start the squog quilt until we hit 1 million subscribers. We've talked about this. I am immune to any kind of squogginess. You excited for Lugia? I feel like so often Lugia plushes end up kind of lanky and janky. Well, oh no. What if mine does too now, though? It's a lot of pressure. When the professionals... Wait, do I count as one of the professionals? Let's put that aside. We'll deal with that thought later. But when the professionals can't quite nail it, I always get really nervous. Because, like, if I get stuck on one, sometimes I'll, like, look up how other people have approached it in the past and be like, okay, I hate that. Let's not do it that way. Or I like that. That's a cool idea. Let's approach it from that angle. Like... You know, just like looking at how people have approached different base shapes and stuff. And, yeah, I don't know, if no one's managed to successfully make one in plush form, I'm doomed. Why no skunk then? Oh, it's just because we haven't gotten there yet. It turned into a ferret when I was making it. I was just like, oh wait, this little face demands to have a little stripe across it. It's a little bandit. It wants to be a stoat. It wants to be a weasel. It wants to be a ferret. So it turned into a furt. So yeah, but like I can easily see those it's the little leggies are kind of like the uniting feature of those ones there. I can very easily see that becoming like its own little collection of mischief animals where like I kind of want to do a little opossum for it, even though I know we have the screaming opossum, and I want to do maybe a badger. Skunk is definitely top of the list for me. I think a quokka would actually fit really nicely with it as well, which is more of like a niche mischief animal. And there was a comment about somebody else's native mischief animal. I think it started with a J or something, but I can go back and look it up. You know what I mean? Like there are other mischief animals out there. Have I found a good way to display the 100k tapestry? It's currently there in a pile. It needs to be mounted on the wall, and I haven't quite gotten there yet, but it's finished and I'm really glad about that. Yes, skunk and also badger. Yes, badger. See, I think, yeah, okay. So I say that the way that I do the feet are the unifying feature in those ones there, but actually a lot of it is the color changes as well. A lot of color changes and the feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think 10. 10's going to pull us to one side. 11's going to pull us to one side. So let's do 10 and just a regular decrease maybe. We'll do 8 and then 3 decreases. That'll work. And that should leave us with 8 plus 6 is 14, so it should leave us with 16 stitches back to start. Cool. Yeah, PG's real little. It's just a little tot. Just trying to get Pidgeotto done. Should make a cockatoo for the mischief. It would be so funny. I love cockatoos. I do. I love birds doing bird things. Like, birds are always just on such serious business, and then you see them, like, break character for a second and just, like, dangle upside down. Or, like, start picking on one another, or start a dance party on a park bench. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and everything is right with the world. Bird watching is great, but I don't necessarily mean like seriously trying to spot and collect them all and hiding in a tree. I mean like chilling somewhere comfy, just watching birds do bird things is like the best. 7, 8. See, that's not centered either. That's centered. That's centered. So I have to do 9, not 8. I just want to be somewhere where there is a tree, and I want birds to want to live in that tree, so it has to be a nice tree. And I want to be able to sit somewhere and just watch the birds doing bird things. That is what happiness looks like to me. And having decided that, it informs my decisions. If you end up doing a goose, oh yeah, goose belongs in Mischief Gang, but it's hard because it also doesn't have either the color changes. I suppose Canadian geese have color changes. It doesn't have color changes. Oh, hey, goose! I'm wearing the goose jumper. Color changes or the feet. So it kind of, oh, I suppose we could do like little waddly orange feet underneath in the style, but I don't know if it really suits it. I don't know. I'm thinking about adding goose. Goose fits thematically, but I don't know if it fits stylistically. I love ravens, love crows, all the corvids in general. Can you imagine if a griffin, like, sorry, this is from a meme, but I captured my attention. If a griffin was like a crow crossed with a raccoon, the mischief that would unfold. No shame, all the entitlement. Like, no one's garbage can would be safe. Cobra chickens, corvids, and parrots. Crows for the mischief works. Yeah. Hi, honey.
Hey, beautiful. From Bumblebee. New Zealand's mischief animal is a bird, the kakapo.
Oh, I've heard of the kakapo.
A green parrot that will systematically disassemble your car. I looked them up.
We're moving this. We're moving it over there.
I looked them up. They're the world's heaviest parrot.
I've seen them.
Too heavy to fly. Like, it's this big chunky boy. He's
yeah,
like
they look like this.
Bounding through the forest.
They kind of look like this. They're just like... No thoughts. Only mischief. I literally can't colour it in green. Like, yep. This is the kakapo.
They also look somewhat disheveled. Disheveled. They don't have it.
The shovel. They're out. Yeah, I've seen them climb on top of a nature documentary person, and yeah, engage in an activity.
Like a parrot that hasn't had their coffee yet.
Yeah. What year is it? You dread the day CK makes Wingle and you have to break your Wingle hating streak because you already know it's going to be entirely lovely and goofy in the best possible way. I have plans on how I'm going to make the wings on Wingle, but we're not there yet, so I don't get to. I just have to like stew in my juices. Gross. What a gross way to describe that. Yeah, it's like with Onyx. I decided how I was going to make Onyx months ago. I knew it was going to be great, like knowing how I was going to form the shape of the face, and then I just had to wait for you guys to pick him. You gotta pick the Pokemon, guys, so I can do the thing. That's okay, though. He got picked. He looks fantastic. He might be my favourite one. And, on we all trundled. So that's 20, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. Flag on the play. The math was mathing, but the math is now mathed. Oh, kakapos also have cheeks. They just don't have super distinctive features. They just kind of look like lumps. Big lumps, don't get me wrong. Ooh, honey badger. Yeah, those guys, all right, they will pursue you out of spite. Do you know how rare that is in the animal kingdom, to have something just decide it hates you and against its natural survival instincts pursue you because it hates you? That is the honey badger. Don't annoy them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eastern hognose snake too. The how'd you get there snake? Raccoons are the worst, and by worst you mean, I don't have to live with them, so I guess I'm not qualified to make a judgment, but like, they feel like the mischief is fun to observe from a distance. How's that? Like, I've heard stories about how they like to like sneak into cabins and touch people just to see if they can, and like pull up tent pegs at campgrounds and that kind of thing. It's like, this is all adorable behavior from a distance, but I can understand how it might be really annoying if you have to live with it on a daily basis. I do happen to put out kakapo pattern. It will become your ex. Oh, I love the idea of a kakapo on top of a Christmas tree. That's adorable. Because it kind of has the energy of like, you didn't invite him there, but he's there anyway. And he's staying, thanks. Like, this is his tree now. He's not sure how he got up there, but it's definitely his. We are going to stuff our potato. Make it a stuffed potato. I hope you're all like shredding your fluff before you stuff things. This is important. We all know we should. It's a corner I cut pretty frequently, depending on... If there's not a lot of shaping, you can kind of get away with it. But if you've got shaping, guys, you're going to take the time to shred your fluff a little bit. Even if it does make you sneeze afterwards. Because, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not shredding the fluff. Fluff must be shredded. Probably trying to mate with the tree too. Yeah! Giant green lump must be Lady Kakapo. I thought it was Attenborough, I wasn't sure. So I didn't want to just like name drop the stuffed Tito. Yeah, he's a baked spud. Oh yeah. I think I've made her slightly like wider than the other two, but I think it'll be fine. I'll just have to be careful with the wings when I sew them on. Oh, little scratch. Let's see, we're down to 23 stitches around. And we have to start decreasing the front as well. Honestly, I just kind of want to close this off. The fact we have 23 stitches left, not 24, is annoying, but not insurmountable. So, you'll just humour me for a second. What we want to do is either 7 decreases. Am I doing that right? No, we want 5 decreases, or we want 5 decreases. That's just what we want. I was like, do we want to like jump one and go down to 12? No, we want 5 decreases and then we'll get us back on track. So I feel like we're already kind of off to one side, so we could probably start the round with a decrease. I know my diagrams don't necessarily make sense to people, and I will move you out the way, you birdie. Where are you? There you are. Fly up there for a bit, okay? Join. Oh no, Pidgey's in danger. Anyway, we'll put a decrease there, like right at the front of the row, and then I think 3 stitches across the front and then a decrease there. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stitches used, leaving me with 10 stitches and 4 gaps, which is annoying, but again, not insurmountable. We'll go 3, 3, 2, and 2, and that should add up. The idea is keeping a line of symmetry down the middle of my bird in this case, and so like I can have these be different numbers, but I shouldn't have those be different numbers, or I'll end up swerving to one side unless I'm trying to do something to correct for drift or something like that. Like there's always reasons not to do things, but there's also reasons why I do things. So that's decrease 3 and then decrease 2, decrease 2. Actually, you know what, I can do 3 of those. And then we'll do a little single crochet and then a decrease and then 3 single crochet. And that line looks like nonsense, but it's getting us back down to 18 stitches, which is a very convenient number to be at. Ooh, lavender, I support this endeavour. I encourage everybody to, if they have a craft project that they can work on, to grab it and work on it along with us. This is a craft-a-noon. I get that it's the middle of the night for some of you, and I appreciate you all for showing up, but it's 11:52 a.m. for me. And we are just plugging along. Another little decrease. And a 1. And a 2. That did not fall as like neatly as I wanted it to, but it'll still get the job done. He likes big seeds and he cannot lie. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I miscounted. I'm gonna go back and correct myself. Alright, I don't know why I only have 22 stitches. It's supposed to be 23, unless I mathed wrong. Hold on. So if we had 30 stitches and then we took 3 out, that would leave us with 27, correct. And then here we're taking out 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should leave us with 23. So we should have 23. We don't, but we should. So the math checks out, so we'll just carry on and I'll just adjust on the fly. As long as the math checks out, I know that it's correct. It's one of those things. Which means that I've flubbed it. It's human error. Problem exists between hook and crochet. Having a little Nelly Furtado moment. In the chat, are we? I'm like a bird. There we go. That's lining up way better now. Good to know. Good to know that it does check out when I actually have the right number of stitches. Working on chicken leg cat toys. That's fun. Do you end up like catnipping them? Or is it just really funny to watch your cats run around with chicken legs? I can imagine it would be really funny to watch them run around with chicken legs. 6 single crochet and a decrease. It's a crafternoon, but working in dark grey, almost black yarn is making me want to flip my table, even with a bright lamp. Oh, Stephanie, why are we making choices like that then? Honestly, I do think that working in like dark brown, dark grey, dark black, or dark black, it's way easier in my film setup, but that's because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights on me right now. And I could easily turn that one around and make it 6. And you can see in the background I've got like 7 and 8 that aren't in use, and I have another one over there that I can put. I have lights. We can see this from everywhere. Not a single shadow shall be cast in this room, which is funny given how much I struggle with the shadows in my actual footage, but like that's a whole other thing. That's a whole other thing. Catnip and a bell. That's amazing. I actually love that. I think that's so cute. So I was actually literally just thinking this morning about the fact that like the first pattern that I wrote and provided for sale back in 2020, I was literally just trying to afford to get a dog. And since then I've decided that it's not a good idea based on where I'm living. But at the time, like this whole thing started because I was just like, okay, dogs are they're really expensive in our area. I couldn't have had, the only rescues you can get here are really big dogs, and that was just not going to work in my apartment. So like it's like rescue when you can, but like a big dog wouldn't be allowed here, and so I wouldn't be doing anyone any favors trapping one here. So I was trying to get a small dog, but small dogs are really expensive, even if you don't go through like, you know, you got to be careful not to like, there's so many rules and things, and you don't want to like support animal abuse in any way, shape or form. It's complicated. Putting all that aside, I wanted to get a dog. I loved animals. Well, I still do, but I haven't been around them in about 20 years now. And I miss them, and I wanted to get one. And so I was like, oh, if I can make the however many $1,000 it takes, because yeah, measured in thousands, with some crochet, that's bonus money. It's not money that's already like earmarked for other things. So I'll be able to get a dog. And yeah, what I got instead was a business. And here we are. But the plan is still, I talked to you about my tree with the birds in it and my place to sit and watch the birds. There is a dog keeping me company, whether doing zoomy laps or just like sitting sitting at my feet, gnawing on something in that vision. Mr. Bones is also there, just in case he's listening to this and he's worried that I'm planning without him. He is aware of this scenario. I'm working in this silly colour because I'm making a Starly and I need his head floof thing. Oh, yeah. That's rough. They have the fanciest hair, that line. And I say that even as we're making, like, Pidgeotto, who also has quite fancy hair. It's just like, nah, the Starly line has it for the fancy hair. Okay, we have a base potato. And I think it's going to fit quite... Oh, we better move you back out the way. Thank you for your help. You stick yourself back down there. It looks like you're sitting in the corner of the screen. Don't cover up the chat. Where do I put you? You're just a really obnoxious shape. How about there? I think that works. Okay, so I think in terms of shape, we're doing okay. I think we're a little wider, but I think we're okay. We should do maybe the face next. It's like the face needs to have the eyes attached through it and needs to have the beak in like the very top row. And looks like I've done double clusters. 1, 2, 3. That's a 4 double cluster on that one there. If you're a 2, I'm going to absolutely plot. 1, 2. Yeah, okay, cool. So we'll do a 3 double cluster. Easy peasy. Let's do a face. Let's do a face. Let's get some cream and some ancient rose, or antique rose, whatever it's called. How cross do this face be? Wow, that was a sentence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6 across is good. Yeah, I think we want like 6 in the first row. No, we'll do 7. 7 gives us a nice midpoint to attach a beak into. And the beak will eat a lot of the width as well. And then we can just make it as a little square. Maybe 3 rows. Maybe 4. And then just finish off. Because it cuts off and she has that orange-brown band between the two, which we could just sew on. But honestly, if we can make it as separate pieces, let's just make it as separate pieces. You have not missed any boondoggery. No, Jamie Bond, the dog decision is not a financial one at this point. It's to do with, I don't know. I examined my own living situation and decided that I did not want... Okay, here's the thing, right? None of this is judgment on anybody else and their choices. I'm making my choices for myself alone. And I feel like dogs need grass. I think they need grass to run around on and be happy and be as doggy as they want to. And I can't give a dog grass in this apartment. So... like, that's it. That's what the decision has been based on. So it's like, it would be a selfish one for me to get one at this point, but I intend to get a house. That is the new plan. You know, the plan of all millennials. I think I'm a millennial. Like the plan of all millennials, we're going to get a house sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. And that house will have grass and my bird tree and a dog. And that is the plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But to answer your other question, this channel's already monetized. But I've spoken before about the fact that these streams are kind of my hobby. Though I did misspeak. I was talking about how I make like $12 a stream. It's actually closer to about $20 a stream. So like it's what we make from the ads here. This is my hobby. I can see long after complicated knots is something I've retired from. I can see myself continuing to do this and just hanging out with you guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. So yeah, it's just like the complex nature of the beast is that when you are an online person, you work like 15 jobs and you probably only like about 5 of them. It's like, I like this one. And this one here I kind of think of as my hobby. It's what we do on a Sunday. A house with a tree. Yeah, oh, don't tempt me with a tree house. Are you kidding me? I grew up on movies like, what, Swiss Family Robinson? Yeah. The idea of like a fancy tree house with different levels. That's the dream right there, isn't it? Then the birds can be in the tree with us. I've also lived in a house with pet birds before, and I don't think pet birds are for me. I like watching them like goof around as birds in like... It's different if it's like domesticated goofery. Like, very much prefer watching wild birds who you think of as being very serious wild birds. I love watching them be absolute idiots. It's the best. It's like, hey guys, you know you need to like survive the winter, right? Yeah, okay, you got this. I shouldn't question you. I understand. Was this the correct type of stitch? I am not sure. Happy time zone. Oh, hey, Amy Liz, your concert. Was it good? The concert was great. Okay, good. Your feet hurt. They made you walk back to your car and then it took you an hour to go 10 minutes down the road. Oh, that's rough. We are making things. Again, this is not a question of the ethics of keeping birds as pets. I have seen many very, very happy birds as pets. So it's just purely I'm not judging other people and their choices. I'm just making choices for myself. This feels very wide, little friend. Do I think it's too wide? My other option was 5. I think 5 was actually better. I think this is too wide. Alright, we're going back and I'm going to do this again. And I've dropped my hook and it's gone forever. It's vanished into the hook dimension. What's up, love?
I wanted to build on something that Kathka said in chat.
Okay.
Kathka says, having had many kinds of pet birds in my life, all birds are criminals. And I have evidence to back this up.
Okay.
You know the crows, how they put nuts down on the road and then they go off and they stand on the side and wait for the cars to run them over?
Yeah.
But they only go when the green man is there, so they know that it's safe to walk across.
Yeah, they've learned what the signals mean.
Yeah, which means that they know what the rules are and they choose to ignore them anyway. If they have the capacity to learn rules, then yes, they are criminals.
Okay, sure. You wish you could stream you working on some of your projects someday, but you need to do it as a Twitch streamer, as YouTube has a subscriber requirement to do it. Plan on maybe do small pattern tutorials. That's fun. I reckon give it a go. If you think it's something you're going to like, try it. The only piece of it's not even really advice, it's just something that I warn people of when I hear that they want to start channels or whatever, is be prepared for the fact that you're going to discover really quickly, because the internet will tell you, you're going to discover whether or not you're a likable person or not, and you just need to be ready to hear the answer. It doesn't matter, it's fine, it doesn't matter if they say you're a likable person or no, we hate you, right? Not really. The opinions of others don't really count up to a certain point. But, you have to make sure that, you yourself as a person are ready to hear the answer. Because otherwise it can be quite confronting. But yeah, no, otherwise, seriously, there is, don't go buying a bunch of special equipment or anything to do it. Do it with what you've got. I mean, I still use my phone for most things. But yeah, have a go and see if you like it. There is absolutely nothing to be lost here. Follow their terms of service. Don't break any rules. Just have a crack at it. It should be fun. Who knows, maybe you'll fall into the weird alternate timeline that I fell into, of just suddenly I went from being a very serious person to a YouTube person. The appeal to play with animals sadly does not translate into readiness to take care of them. I concur. I love lizards, frogs, and reptiles. I do not have the discipline to look after lizards, frogs, or reptiles. I'm too prone to forgetting what day it is, and I have recurrent nightmares about having pet fish and forgetting to feed them. And to the point where I wake up from these stress dreams really stupid anxious, and Mr. Bones has to help me calm down a little bit. It's intense. It's just the idea of forgetting to feed something freaks me out. Because I forget to feed myself. That's why I've got Mr. Bones. So yeah. Therein lies some pet trauma, I think. So here we go. We did a 4 DC cluster. I did upgrade it to a 4 because I thought the 3 was looking a little small. I know that Pidgeotto only has a little beak, but it's looking a little small. So we upgraded her a notch. I think 5 is way better than the 7. I think it's going to balance that face out much, much nicer. Such a little face for such a little bird. I think we'll do 1 row of stitches across the top, and then the hat will cover the row so it doesn't look too obnoxious. It'll give the eyes something to hold on to as well, which is good because we need to have something to attach the eyes to. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if the edges of this look a little rough, we don't really mind because it all gets covered up with her eyeliner. You can actually technically attach this up either way. I'll try on both ways and see which way we like better, but that is the face piece done. What do you guys want to see me make next? As in, like, in terms of her pieces. We need feet, we need wings, we need a hat, we need her belly piece. I'll look up in a second and see what you guys are all talking about because I know there's a 30-second delay. Can go on that way. We can go on that way. I think it's better up this way. Yeah. Let's get some safety eyes. Been waiting to start a YouTube channel, but I don't know the editing software side at all. You learn by doing, honestly, Emily. I use DaVinci Resolve. I went to university to be an animator. Something that kind of I forget sometimes. I have my bachelor's in multimedia design, but which gave me kind of a little bit like a thin smear of knowledge in some of the programs, but I'm not even using one of the programs that I knew about. As mentioned, I'm using DaVinci Resolve. I'm using just the free version, and their tutorials are pretty good. And you can start just by doing basic stuff, like I did, and then just like slowly over the course of years, I was like I'd reach a point where I'm just like, oh, I wonder if I can do like a countdown timer, and I would Google it and I'd follow a tutorial, and then I can add countdown timers to the list of things I know how to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a bunch of stuff. I'm seeing yellow. What does yellow mean? Okay, we have some eyes. I can't quite get them to line up right, which means I might have to move this one in one, which I did not want to do, but this one looks too far out if I don't. So we're going to have a very cross-eyed little Pidgeotto, which I think might be super cute. I think that goes like here, and that will need to go. The backs aren't on them, that's fine. I'll do that as part of the assembly process. Yeah, it's just like, how do you eat an elephant? Eat it one mouthful at a time. So like, yeah, it can look absolutely insurmountable to be like, okay, well, I don't know how to film things, and I don't know how to edit things, and I don't know how to, no one, like, okay, cool, but like, do you know how to do the thing that you want to share with the world? Which in this case, I'm assuming is, I think you said it was like crochet tutorials or something, but like, yeah, okay, if you know how to do that, everything else will come. Nobody is good at talking to a camera at first. I forget to blink still. I'm still not great at lighting. I'm still not great at camera angles, but you know what? I'm getting better every time. It's practice. Nobody can just do this stuff, and if they can, well, good for them. Everybody has a skill set. Just a weird little square bird. I missed what everyone was saying. Wings? I think everyone was saying wings. Feet. Wings, tail, feet. Okay. Alright, I'm definitely seeing more wings than anything else. So the wings we'll be doing the same way we did these ones here, but maybe a size down. So that means we build them in 2 layers. We've got a round circle. And it looks like this one went 1, 2, 3, 4. This one here potentially went all the way up to 24. We won't be doing that. We'll be going up to 18. I've done like 4 main feathers on this one here. We'll be aiming for 3 on this one here. Just to like size it down. So we'll do that in the brown, and then we need a little underlay piece like we've done here, where I'm just using like extended stitches. And by extended, I just mean, you know, you've got your double and your trebles. Well, like, think of them as extended if they're like, I know, sorry, I shouldn't call them things like that, but like the longer ones. I know that extended double crochet is technically a stitch on all on its own, but this isn't a tutorial, so I can use whatever language I'm using to express myself. So like things like double trebles or treble trebles, you know, the really long ones. And we need 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. It says what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll aim for 5 on this one here. So that should give us just like a nice scaled down version. So we'll go wing base, and the other bit will be called the wing tip. The magic ring 6 increases, and then up to 18, like so. Need my brown. We make the base piece first because then we can make the wingtip to like fit it. It works better this way. I don't talk to your camera at all. Your verbal audio is done in post. Yeah, that's fair enough as well. I kind of do a mix of the two. Like in general, when I'm filming, I'm probably burbling around onto the camera. Like my pattern videos, they don't have a script. I just sit there and I talk about the pattern while I make it. And then I just cut it all up in post. And sort of make it work. Sometimes like if I feel like I've flubbed the description of something, I'll just I'll just say it again. Whereas like sometimes I'll go in with a few more dot points than that. The difference between my scripted and unscripted is pretty obvious, I think. But there's also a big difference between my stream of consciousness like this and I'm talking about a specific pattern and I have to convey specific information, where I'm a little bit more focused. 2, 3, 4, 5. But then like with those Pokemon videos that I do, there's a bit more of a like distinctive mix, because with those ones there I film the gaming is just like stream of consciousness of what's happening on the screen, but then the making of them I film the making and then I do like narration for the making, because I need to like trim it down so much. It also takes some of the pressure off filming if you're not having to like stay not on message. That sounds very, very propagandary, but like you don't have to focus on saying the exact right things at the right time or whatever. It's just like you can just chill out with an audiobook, or I've been binge watching Survivor. So like that helps to get through it. You're a therapist and a neuroscientist by day and thought it would be cool to do a crochet with mental health aspects channel. That could be very interesting indeed. And then a second one with fantasy books from a mental health perspective. All right, start with one is my suggestion. And then then bring on another one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You used to have a YouTube channel? That's cool. A squirb, perhaps? Okay, bug. Plan on doing maybe a few more reels on making or your process of making your crochet stuff. That's cool. So I feel like there is absolutely no reason not to give it a try, as long as you're like, minimum age and all that other stuff. Like, if you're under the age of majority where you are, make sure that an adult knows what you're doing, just as a safety thing. I know I sound like such an old person when I say that, but guys, I started YouTube at 30 and it was an extremely confronting and I was thing, and I had a bumpy time with it. So this is just me trying my best to protect some of you. For the love of everything, do not tell me your ages in the chat right now, please. But just in general, it's just just make sure you have a support network. That kind of just goes for everyone. That's not even just like a young person thing. It's like, if you're doing this, make sure that you have, if you are enough support for yourself, awesome, great. Otherwise, make sure that you have a friend. Make sure you have your YouTube buddy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Mr. Bones wants some attention. Hello. Oh, you flexing?
Just for the YouTube buddy.
Oh, you're flexing in the doorway. Okay.
Make sure you have your assigned skeleton.
Yeah. So we'll do treble and single. I don't remember if I did trebles or if I did double trebles on Pidget. But we'll give this a go. Oh yeah, trebles will do just nicely. Then I think I single crochet around to the start just to give it a little bit of oomph. 1, 2, 3, 5. Having a friend to talk to when you start out your video creative journey is a tip I've heard from other creators. It helps you feel less lonely. Yeah, because don't get me wrong, I can go way down into the niche pieces of advice on some things. Like, it's actually, okay, here's something that streaming actually really helped me with. It's like, you'll reach a point where you've got this comments section, right? Which is a lovely thing. Comments can be really good, but they can also be really bad. And when I was reading the comment section, it feels like it's one person simultaneously shouting different things at you. So like, you'll be love bombed on one hand and like criticized on the other, if that makes sense. And so like, it creates like this very difficult to process thing. Whereas like, streaming's really helped me with that, because I see you guys as like individuals all talking to me, and it makes it a little bit more real. And so it's easier for me now to deal with the comment section as a bunch of individual voices instead of just one voice of the internet telling me mixed messages. And like, that was something that helped me. Yeah. That's why you're really studying and pondering how to YouTube, because I'm going to craft anyway, and also reincarnate your teenage fantasy career in filmmaking. Oh, see, I love that. I love that. Fulfill those childhood dreams. Yeah, because you know the best time to plant a tree, right? It was like 20 years ago. But the second best time to plant a tree is today. So consider it carefully if it's for you. But you can also, it's one of those things where like, you can start it, and if it's not for you, you can stop. Like, do it safely. I'm not saying like, don't share your address online or anything, but like, if you don't like it, you can just always stop. When I decided to do it, I decided right off the bat to be someone who appeared on their channel. I could have very easily, with the kind of content I was doing, just been a pair of hands. But I decided to like, things are only embarrassing if you're embarrassed of them. And like, I'm not embarrassed of being a little bit of a goofball on the internet. So like, I wasn't embarrassed. And so like, I was like, okay, no, if I'm doing this, I'm going to do it properly. I'm gonna put my face out there. And like, you got to remember, I worked in a professional environment, and I have a very corporate persona that I was at work, which is very different from who I am as a person and who I am online, which are also, there are some differences between me as a person and me online, but like, there should be. And it's not enough that you'd notice. By now you would have noticed. Live streaming, you can't really like pretend for long term to be anything that you're not. So it was a bit of I didn't like tell people at work necessarily. I mean, I told them that some trusted people that I was going to start one, but yeah, it was, I knew that I potentially faced ridicule for it, and I just didn't care. So like, yeah, as I said, things are only embarrassing if you're embarrassed of them. Oh, Emily, that's very nice of you. Honestly, sometimes I wake up and I'm just like, I don't really feel like streaming. But then I go to the live stream channel on Discord, and people are like, oh, I'm so looking forward to this today. Or like, oh, I really need this today. Or, oh, I'm so excited for this one. I'm just like, okay, cool. Time to put the big girl pants on. We got a job to do. And like, I always enjoy it once the cameras are on. It's just like, sometimes it, yeah. Crafting Chaos with Cat. You need to tag Mr. Bones over on Discord. He should be able to help you out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if you're talking about something that's like Discord, not the complicated knots Discord, but like a Discord thing, I don't know if we can do much about it, but I don't know enough to help. Okay, so now we need 5 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5. With a pointiest point. Let's just peel this back and have a look. Oh! I appear to have attached those in the round. That's very tricky of me. We're not doing that today, but it's tricky of me. So we'll do 2, maybe even just trebles. Not with them, maybe? Did I picot in the middle of them? I did. We'll do a little picot in the middle of them. I have my own symbols. They don't mean anything in the grander scheme of things. We'll do a little decrease on either side, and then maybe even just like a little half decrease. Not decrease, double and half double. So that means that I can just chain 6, and that should get us the wing tip that we want, but for this wing. Wing tip. Chain 6, double crochet, double, in the same stitch we're going to treble, picot, treble, and then we're going to double and half double. We're just going to see how we feel after all of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool, we've done enough chains. Now we build. 1, 2. Who am I making right now? Is that Pidgeotto? I don't know how to spell it from Crazy and it doesn't exist. Gemjill, we are making Pidgeotto at the moment. You have correctly identified it. On screen we have Pidgey, little Pidgey, and we have Pidgeot, and we're making the one that goes in the middle. So, not crazy. It definitely exists. And little wing tip. And back down we go. Oh, sorry, Crafting Chaos with Cat. That is... that problem is probably a little bit big for us, I'm sorry. But I hope Discord gets its stuff together soon. Gotta love it when companies roll out updates and stuff and then there's problems. Originally started your channel as a small gaming channel, but it's slowly evolved into a channel where I post time lapses of you working on your digital and crochet art. I feel like time lapse art channels have kind of like, this makes me sad, but I feel like they faded out of like fashion for a while there. So I'd be really cool. I'd be really cool. I think it'd be really cool to see them have a resurgence because they're always like the most interesting things to watch. I like them with like a comfy voiceover. I know that story time used to be the thing. It was just like you'd have a story time and a time-lapse piece of art. That was the thing. Of course, TikTok has kind of like filled a lot of that for some people, where people will take clips. At least that's an assumption I'm making. They'll take clips from like other people and like mash them all together over like an AI voice reading a Reddit story. Just, I can't endorse that kind of content. Hopefully your passion isn't in creating AI drivel. I think, did I see the DCC creator announced open licensing to individual crafters on his IP for no charge? I knew that he was doing something like that regarding licensing. I thought it was like a nominal type of fee type of thing, but it's very Matt Dinnerman to do that. There is a pretty good chance that I'm going to start crocheting the DCC characters because even if Carl is a human, there's still Mongo and there's Princess Donut and there's so many others. Like the llamas from the first floor, iconic. Oh, I've got fluff up my nose. Hold me. Hold me. No, hold on 1 second. The suffering I endure. Suffering I endure on every, like the fluff doesn't get up my nose this badly when I'm not on camera. I don't know what this is. It must be the angle or the way I breathe when I talk. I'm coming back. The thing about Princess Donut, though, is that everyone thinks she's a Persian, like a white Persian, when she's clearly a calico. Like, it's... Okay, I'm coming back now. She's clearly a calico cat, right? Like, it's on the covers. It's just like, even I suffer from the fact that I think of her as a white cat. I don't know what it is. We've all just been incepted or something. So, it's one of those things where, like, I'll make her, and people will be like, why is she those colours? I'm just like, because she is canonically those colours. This is an outrage. Mongo is appalled. Alright, yep, then I think YouTube has moved from watching to audio. Time-lapse art is all visual, whereas people seem to like listening to YouTube while looking at something else. Maybe. Current name list is... I don't know how to pronounce that letter. I understand that you've mashed bird and verb together, but I have a human mouth and human limitations. Floof, Base Tato, Stitchless, Beak, Pink, Pidgeotto, Crisp, and Russet. Thank you, Caitlin, for the token panic. Once you finish Pidgeotto, it'll be fun to see you put out the entire line in your... I don't have that much real estate. Pidgeotto is like a bun all on his own. Okay, so we've made the wing, and I saw somebody say that they wanted to see me make the tail. Let's do the tail. We're making pretty good time, honestly. We're an hour and a half in. There's a pretty good chance we'll have this one all wrapped up in the next half hour if I focus and focus. And that is all. Let's see. So this tail has... Sorry, it's under where we've put the sprite. and under the yarn. I think we need to make the tail as 2 pieces, one with 3 red spokes and one with 2 yellow spokes. So thus spake the Pidgey. Tail red. Do 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 do. How big should it be? That's the question. You know. Do 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 do. That's the spot theme song, and we're going to stop it any second. There we go. What's the date today? It's the 8th. Good. I don't have anything on until the 9th. 1, 2, except for you lovely people, but that's not what I'm talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. So yeah, we chained 6. I'm going to do 5 single crochet back. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the first feather. I'm going to chain 1 to leave room to attach the yellow feathers in between. Then I'm going to chain 6 again. So I need to write this down because it's genius and I must remember it. Turn, 5 single crochet, chain 7 and turn, 5 single crochet, chain 7 and turn, 5 single crochet, finish off. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's actually 6 and that's 7. So that's 1 chain between them, 1 turning chain, and then 5 chains to actually single crochet into. Is this the first one? This is the first one, and today's stream is going to be a little different because of the backlog. We're making one, and then we're going to spend the middle chunk of time, and anywhere from 1 to 2 hours, working on the bucket of Pokemon from previous streams, which have just need some extra bits made for them. And then, depending on how that goes, I'm going to just like read the room and see if we pick a second one from our tail list. I'm relatively sure we're going to come back and pick a second one, but it'll be nice to clear some of the backlog in between. So hope you guys are all on board for that. Either way, the reveals will be done at the very end of the stream. I will not be doing them midway through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And down we go. Pidgeot is giving me the most intense birdie stare. Like, he's like right there and he is just making eye contact with me. Oh, the wind is winding there. That's good. It's good when the wind, it's good when the wind wins. Okay, so that's the first 3 pieces. It's kind of like a letter E with no real strong foundation to it, but that's okay because it's going to be like this. The chains in between gives us some flexibility to like manipulate it as we pin it on. And the hardest working tortoise is drowning in yarn fragments at the moment, but he's doing his best. Everybody give it up for the hardest working tortoise, even if he is in his fanciest pride outfit right now with all these rainbow coloured yarns. There we go. So there's the 3 little red ones, and then in our yellow we're going to do the same thing but just with 2 feathers. So chain 6 and turn, 5 single crochet, chain 7 and turn, 5 single crochet and finish off, and that will be the tail. What were Pidgey's and Pidgeot's names again? Okay, Pidgeotato. No, sorry, no. This was Pidgetot. Might have actually been Tater Tot. Hold on, it's in front of me right now. Scroll up. Scroll up. Okay, yep. This is Tater Tot, and this is Spudgiot. So I was pitching Pudgetato for Pidgeotto. Would an otter or a seal work as a mischief animal? I won't exclude them specifically, but I don't know if they really match the energy of some of the other mischief animals, because we're looking for ones specifically that are like very mischief, and I actually kind of think that seals aren't mischief. I think they are the spirit of play, and I think, I don't know, they feel too joyous, if that makes sense, whereas like it doesn't have like that real like mischief edge to it. you're hoping your internet doesn't cut out with all the windy wind and rainy rain. Yeah, that would be a concern. I gotta love... sorry, I grew up with paper telephone lines, and by that I mean they weren't changed out until I was in my 20s, but I no longer lived there. It's just like, yeah, I remember very vividly weather-dependent services. 5, 6, 7. But then again, the sharks are attacking the internet cables in the ocean, so like, we all could lose internet at any minute. Maybe a quoll? I kind of thought a quokka as the Australian mischief entrance. Though if there was a way to work a cockatoo in, I think it could also be. Because like those things will like... You can get these like barbs that you can put on like rooftops and stuff to stop birds nesting there, and I've seen cockatoos just like rip them off casually or like use them to help build their nests. It's like they do not care. Oh, mischief animal. Oh, it's just we've started crocheting mischief animals on the channel, and we're just talking about other animals that might be able to join the selection. There we go. There's Pidgeotto's tail. I hope you are satisfied with my construction technique there, but I think it worked quite well. Now, feet was the other one that I was seeing cries for. Oh my goodness, I am so tangled. I'm so sorry. Just give me a second, guys. I will fix this. Like, I don't even know how this happened. Sorry, Torty. Move that out the way. Okay, cool. The tortoise emerges. My red yarn is just a mess. Okay, there we go. So now we're making 2 little feet, and these feet have 2 toes at the front and 1 toe at the back, which is weird because Pidgeot has 3 at the front and 1 at the back. And Pidgey was 2 at the front, 1 at the back. So he develops a toe when he grows up. Well, squirrel could work. I don't know about chipmunk, but squirrel could absolutely be like part of the thing. Free the turtle, form the yarn tangle. A raccoon is mischievous? Yes. I've done foxes before, but I've done screaming opossums before as well. Yeah, foxes maybe. I feel like foxes have a little too much malice in them. I am tainted from a farm upbringing, and we lost a few too many chickens to foxes for me to be like, oh, they're so cute and mischievous. Like, no. I can't do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. That said, I think they're very cute when I see them online, so it's like one of those things. 4, 5. You finally conquered Starly's head floof! Yay! Cool, we can make feet together. So we have 6 stitches. Oh, that's under the sprite again. Here we go, we'll work down here. We have 6 stitches around, and I need to work out how to evenly position 2 toes at the front and 1 at the back, which is really annoying to do with 6 stitches in our round. I'm tempted to cut it down, but because like you kind of want 1 and then 2, and then you want one here. Oh, I know what I'll do. Yeah, okay, we'll use a picot for the back stitch, the back toe, and we'll do, let's see, those are definitely at least double trebles, but I think regular trebles will do the trick on these ones here. So we'll do a treble, I'll write this down, magic ring 6, and we're going to start here. So we'll go treble 1, treble 1, then single, picot, single. Aren't Australian government feeding your sharks with enough tourists? I mean, seals? What? Oh, you assume a level of competency in our government that I cannot agree with, but I should stay away from political topics, and so we're moving on. You made a bear from an AI pattern, and now it's called the Hideous Abomination, and I kind of feel bad for the little bear. Yeah, you got to be careful about that. Once you've made something, it has a tiny little soul in there, and it's hard. You can't be mean to it anymore. That's the rules. You can't stick pins in it without like feeling kind of evil. You can't frog it without the judgmental little face just asking you why. It's a thing. You've brought a tiny little, like, soul into the world, and you are now responsible for its happiness. There's a reason that my wardrobe is stuffed with things that I can't bring myself to dispose of. Alright, and then I think I actually need to do another row around just to chuck, oh, not there, over here. Single crochet 3 together. Birds themselves are the spirit of mischief. That's what I was saying before. It's like, it's really fun to watch birds who are like normally just like on such serious bird business just suddenly drop the act and do something just like utterly ridiculous in the interest of play. It's just, I find it fascinating. And I also think it's kind of an important lesson for me because I am also a very serious bird who is very intense on this whole like survival business. And then just every so often it's good to have a reminder that I'm supposed to drop everything and have a little bit of a moment of ridiculous play. And this was a fiddly, nasty little piece, and I apologise to anyone following in my footsteps afterwards. That said, I think it's close enough to what I'm looking for that I'm going to keep it. Consequences be danged. That's the Spot theme song again. I don't know why it's in my head. Okay, strange lumpy little foot. Which is going to work quite nicely right there. Okay, we need a belly piece, we need a second wing, we need a hat. Let's do, I think belly piece, because I think that'll help bring it together. I think the hat, like, it's one of those things where she's going to look a little naked until her eyeliner goes on, but we're not doing the eyeliner on stream anyway, so it's like, it just is what it is. Let's do the belly. A pigeon, oh wait, why is the pigeon hat coming up? I think it's been a long time since I've done a video on wearable crochet experiments. I don't know. I'm a little intimidated in the crochet wearable space. Okay, like, first of all, I'm quite a large canvas to make wearables for, which means it's a lot of yarn and a lot of time to do an experiment for. But there's also just like, there are people out there just absolutely nailing the game, and I'm intimidated out of the space. So, hi. Mr. Bones came storming in. I think he has opinions.
I was just catching up with what you were saying.
Oh.
I had an idea earlier this stream for a crochet wearable.
Okay.
I'm not sure how you feel about this, but here is a not my idea.
Okay.
And so using Mr. Bones's ears.
Yeah. Mr. Bones, by the way, for everybody looking for him, is right here right now.
Oh, he's got the little cat ears.
I love his little cat ears.
I can make a little wire headband for the cat ears, and then you could crochet the cat ears onto it.
Oh.
And like, or you could design one where you get a normal headband, and then you attach your own homemade crocheted ears to it, because there's wonderful customization there where people can make their own ears, and they can have like, oh, I like these cats, or I like these cats, or the cats with the fluffy bits, you know, the cats, the scary ones who look like they could eat you. And they got the little bit of fluff coming off their ears because they're savage wild animals.
You're just describing all cats.
Yeah, you could do those ones, or you could do like calico, or you could be like a white Persian or something. And yeah, you could do all the different kinds of ears and apply them to your own headbands. It's small, there's not too much yarn, you could do it in a day, and it's a crochet wearable, and it gets you
I love how you've decided I can do it in a day.
Yeah.
As if you have any idea. Okay, fair.
He's adorable.
Okay.
Also, yeah.
Fair. I take back my derisive laugh.
It is a toe dipped in the crochet wearable space because it's not crochet that needs to conform to the human body. It just sits on a headband. Boom. Love you.
My hair would just eat it. It would just eat it. It would wrap itself around it. I'd never get them out.
Nom 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 nom.
She almost looks like an owl in disguise, the Pidgeotto or CK. I too would like to know the answer to that question, if that's okay. Mr. Bones has no strong opinions on specific cats, one way or the other. I believe he's referring to, possibly cougars? I think it was cougars. Mountain lions, something like that. Yeah, I know that like state park content has become even more unhinged recently, but there used to be a couple of really funny accounts. They're probably still out there. I just don't. They haven't crossed my vision recently. Where they're like, "Do not hug this. Not a friend." Like we know it's friend shaped. We know it has fuzzy little ears. Meanwhile, it's like an actual mountain lion. Okay, just try it on. Stop and write down what we've done. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm just like, by trying it on each time, I can just like make sure I shape it, and it needs to come all the way down to the end here. So just keep ticking along on it. No, no hugging the danger kitty. That's the rules. Remember how easily I do the tiny rounds for the legs? Honestly, it's a self-preservation instinct. It's like, gotta get it done, gotta get it done. Don't even think about it. It's one of those things where if I think too hard about it, I start fumbling my stitches, but as long as I just let my hands do their thing, I have a lot of muscle memory built up now. I also have some fun calluses. Like I still have the one on the tip of my finger from working on the canvas, from pinching the needle and pulling it through. And it's kind of fun, but it's kind of very weird to have armor at a very specific point on your finger. I don't know. I think at this point I have to have crossed the 10,000 hours threshold, right? Snow leopards are tiny with extra long fuzzy tails. Yeah, they stand on top of their tails as both a comfort thing and because their toes get cold. Palace cats are the same. I drew a palace cat not that long ago. Turns out Spook Kitty is dressed up as the people who have thought they were huggable. No, Mr. Bones, no. Okay, look, if we're going to talk about women with low self-control turning dangerous predators into lap animals, I can never be confronted with an actual bear. I can't do it because I know that that would be my last day on this physical plane. I'm trying to use not stupid language. I'm trying to use real language, but also I'm trying to like dance around a subject because all right, I know the bear would eat me. Okay, I know the bear would eat me. I'm just not sure that in the moment of being confronted with a lovely, squishable, roly-poly, wonderful, huggable bear, I don't know if I will care that the bear will eat me. I think an entirely different set of instincts will take over, and I will try and hug it. And so, therefore, the easy solution is just to preempt that whole thing. It's kind of the reason why I don't drink coffee. You don't start drinking coffee, you never have to quit caffeine. Yeah, it's just like, keep me away from the bears, and we'll never have to find out. That's my take on this whole thing. We did ink, 5, ink, turn, and then 9 across and turn. Yeah, bears aren't friends, why friend shaped? That's what I'm saying. I love bears. The bears would not eat you. Yeah, okay. Well, the bears would do some things, and that'd be bad. So yeah. Let's just say it's not in the best interest of my health and safety to be anywhere near bears. R.M. McFrew, okay, that's all well and good and all, but cue the cutscene of me just chasing after a bear in the woods. You had a black bear cub at work a little while ago. Warthogs are mischievous, you reckon? I know very little about warthogs other than like the Lion King. Okay, cool. We've reached the correct width. Sorry, just focusing for a jot. Just a little second. Yeah, it's almost time to narrow back in on this piece. We're doing good. It's coming together. Okay, so that was the increase. We've done 2 rows of 9 so far. Let's do 1 more row of 9 and then we'll start narrowing. Grizzly bear or polar bear or a black bear, 2 of them equal dead, 1 equals probably not dead. Yeah, it's what? Like if it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, good night. Something like that. But like that is referring to bears. Or at least, okay, look, I'm an Australian. We don't have bears here. That is what I've been told is the thing for bears. Please follow the safety instructions in your area if there are bears around. YouTubers go missing after recording hugging a bear. No, that will not be my legacy. That's what I'm saying. I'm staying away from the bears because that's not going to be my legacy is not going to be hugged bear died. Like, that is just not how this works. And we're going to decrease in a little bit. We can hug Teddy Ursa, that is correct. Do you want a hug, honey?
I was just offering you a bear hug.
You offered me a bear hug. I don't know, I reckon panda bears would probably be okay. Wait, sorry. Before I start spreading misinformation, you know how koala bears aren't bears? They're not bears, by the way. Are panda bears not bears the same way, or do panda bears count as bears? I know someone in the chat will know the answer. I probably don't have to Google it. Hug Bear died is how a character from a show you want to watch dies. Are you talking about Ghost Sour Sprout? Because I really enjoyed the first couple of seasons of that. I haven't seen the end of season 4 yet, but I think it's worth it. I think it's funny. It's very episodic. It's not like deep, but very funny. It has a character that fits that description as well. Oh my goodness, the fluff up my nose is driving me crazy. Even though I live mainland Norway and have travelled far north, I'm terrified of visiting Svalbard since it's polar bear territory. Yeah, fair. Polar bears were like one of my favourite animals growing up. I had like 40 or 50 stuffed animals of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Decrease. 5. Decrease. You're friends with a bear and met him in college. He's super smart and fun to chat with. Yep. Pandas are Ursidae, aka bears. Okay, cool. Good to know. I was just wondering. Because like I think koala bears are marsupial, aka not bears. Okay, cool. Well, pandas, I reckon you could bamboozle. I feel like you can bamboozle a panda bear. Yeah, no bears. No bears on our continent. Plenty of other things. Don't get me wrong. That's just we don't have, that I can think of off the top of my head, anything in the large predator slot. Though, like black panthers have been spotted, like feral panthers in the wild. I don't really know what the story is there, but I've seen the footage. Believe at your own risk, but I've seen the footage. My sister lives in polar bear country, and she told you that they will snatch people right off their snowmobiles. Wow. Okay. I know over here we have to watch out for wedge-tailed eagles, because they will fly off with like small dogs, and there has been stories of them like taken off with a toddler. But it's kind of like with sharks. They don't mean to take off with people. We don't taste good. But like sharks will have a nibble, realize what they've done, and then spit you back out. It's kind of the same thing with a wedge-tailed eagle, but like at that point it's a bit late. This is a very dark subject. We should move on. Hugged bear died. Doesn't sound fun. Yeah, no. Panda won't hurt you because he's pretty lethargic and brain fogged as a carnivore living vegan. Yeah, pandas have made some interesting choices along the way, and I respect it, but I'm also going to laugh at it. And that's just, like, seriously, the footage that you can see from, like, zoos, like, what, or enclosures or whatever, of, like, people trying to wrangle baby pandas and just pandas in general, like, those, they seem to have they're either full of mischief or they have absolutely no self-preservation instinct whatsoever. Like, trying to get anything done is just, like, not gonna happen. I haven't tried this on the Pidgey Otto in a while. I should maybe do that. There we go. We line it up on there. We've got to take the little foot off. Sorry, buddy. And okay, yeah. This is ready for a slightly more aggressive closing off strategy. So we'll decrease, single, decrease, and then decrease 3. And that's the end. Sharks biting humans are like me biting tomatoes. We don't unless accidentally and we spit it right out. I agree. I agree. Sharks aren't out there hunting folk. They're not. They're not interested. Like I said, we taste bad. But like, we look like dinner. We're splashing around like dinner. They have a bite and realize we're not dinner, and by that point an apology is kind of like they do their best. They spit us back out, but it's a bit rough. It's also, sharks are kind of one of those realities, like Australia, beaches, sharks. Like, we all live coastal. How to stay safe. Hug all the bears and danger cats. Always pet the wildlife. Let the snakes bite you. It's their way of a kiss. No! Okay, none of that. Do none of that. Take that and do whatever that says, do the opposite. Though there was that guy. There's that guy who let like all those poisonous snakes bite him. And it's like helping to create this like anti-venom that like doesn't have to be specific. Because like with snake bites, to fix them, they have to know exactly what kind of snake bit you and they have to get the exact right kind of anti-venom. Whereas like he's let them all bite him, and over time apparently like it's helping develop this like super anti-venom that like can treat like a whole wing of snakes, which is like the first thing. Like that guy has suffered for his passion, but that's just really cool. It's just really interesting. Oh, you're so chubby. You're so chubby. I say with great admiration. Yeah, the general anti-venom. Pidget potato. Put your little foot back on. I need a plan in place so that we can fly straight into the next thing, because we just crossed 2 hours, so that means we have about 15 minutes to get some bits done here. So our bits are coming together. I think I'm going to whip up another wing really fast, because that's a nice effective use of our time here. And the hat's going to require a little bit more thinky think than that. So for anybody who has joined us since I gave my initial preamble, today's structure is going to be a little bit different. We are going to finish off Pidgeotto here, and by that I just mean like make the pieces. Work on it for maybe another 10 to 15. Then we are going to make some of the missing pieces from some of the backlog to help me get through it, because just adding more unfinished projects to the pile is stressing me out. So we're going to work on some of our backlog for 1 to 2 hours, and then we'll come back and we'll pick another fancy tail Pokemon. Now, if you like, I'll show you where the state that all of the projects are in, and I'll let you guys pick which one we work on first. But I'll probably move between the projects just as I notice which pieces are missing. Plan is to make pieces. I don't know if we'll be doing any sewing, but like even if we just get like the rest of the pieces made, it'd be good for us, I think. Just take some of that pressure off. The backlog has gotten a bit large. Hi, Sith Assassin! Epic name Poons. Am I saying that? Pawns? Poons? Yeah, I don't know if it's been a thing for a while, but I know that for like the deadliest snakes, maybe it's like just a subcategory of snake that this is about. I'm missing big chunks of information. I just know it's a headline that crossed my feed recently, and I thought that was very interesting. And also, I hope that the guy's medical debt gets cleared for services to humanity. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you should have to, like, there are consequences for actions and all that, and I'm sure he understood the consequences of his actions as he was doing them, but he has done a service to humanity, and so, like, I feel like his medical debt should be cleared in payment. Like all those trips to the hospital for being bitten by snakes. Oh, are there many people arriving now? Hello, everybody. Everybody arriving right as we finish our Pidgey Potato. Maybe I should have started with the backlog and we could have done the vote now. Oh well, maybe I'll do that next time we need to. Alright, so we need a name vote pretty soon. Have we narrowed the list down to 4 names? As a reminder, Pidgey's name is Tater Tot and Pidgeot's name is Spudgeot. Current name list is Bird, Floof, Base Tato, Stitchless, Big Pink, Pidgeotato, Crisp, and Russet. That's too many names. Guys, you've got like 5 minutes to beat that down to 4 options or I'm going to go rogue. No pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17. Okay, there we go. If you listen closely, you can hear the Pidgey family singing us the song of their people. Dumping Crisp, Floof, Base Tato, and Stitchless. Any complaints? Air them now. That's a notification from Mr. Bones. Oh, Pidgeotato will be in the vote. Yeah, like, I'm just telling you now. You guys can come up with 4 completely different options, and I'm still putting Pidgeotato in that vote. That is the power that I have, and I will wield it. The other 3 options are up to you guys, and you can, like, if you vote for something else, that's the name. Like, it's fine. Okay, that's one part of the wing. You have until I finish the other part of the wing to get that name list down to 4, and then I'll make the other foot while the vote runs. Oh, I have not hydrated enough. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. Okay, I've pinned things on a little sideways. I will straighten them out in the actual assembly phase. Oh, he's so chubby. The eyeliner will help. The eyeliner will help. The eyeliner always helps. Well, I'm on the last row. I hope you guys are reaching some conclusions. I'm feeling ready to go rogue any second now. Mr. Bones' frantic skeleton noises are increasing right now. I think they want burb, honey. Here we go, final stitch. There's our second little wingtip. And then we'll just slide that on in there. How are we doing? Bird, Stitchless, Pidgeotato, Crisp, Russet, 5 names, 1 must go. Okay, fine. I'll make the foot and then. It's fine. You've got 2 more minutes. Get rid of one of those names. Okay, so Stitchless came about, right? I also agree that we should just get rid of it. But like Stitchless came about because you guys had managed to get 4 names suggestions in there before I'd picked up my hook to start making Pidgeotto. So, like, it was, I didn't even know that it was a metric that we were being measured on. But that's where Stitchless came from. 3, 4, 5, 6, or at least that's my understanding of where Stitchless came from. I could also be wrong. It's happened before, it'll happen again. Okay, that's 1 toe. 2 toe for 1 Pidgey Otto. we go. I'm not looking at chat till it's resolved, so I hope you guys are reaching a resolution. We're on the final row of the leg now, just keeping you all up to dated. Two, one more stitch. There we go, and finish off, and we have a second foot. There we go. So somehow, I don't know how, but she ended up chubbier than Pidgeot. I'm not really sure how that happened, but I've apparently made two birds approximately the exact same size. But it is what it is. They'll have their characters, their characterizations being different hats and whatnot. Let's start the name poll. So I hope you reached a conclusion. First off the block, we have Pidgey. How do I spell this? Pidgeotato. Instead of Pidgeotto, it's Pidgeotato. First name option. What are the other names we have arrived at? I'm going to start typing. I'm going to put in verb. Okay, I'm going to check the Discord because I'm pretty sure they would have been.
I just put that list in. It's still on the page.
It's not there. There it is. Okay. Okay, Burb was there. Pidgeotato is there. Oh, yep, cool. I'm spelling it the same way you guys did. Crisp and Russet. I'm writing them as you...
When you said that, it was still at the top of the chat screen or just below your screen page.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, scroll up a little bit. Yeah, it was there.
No, but it was covered up by my stuff. Look, this is what I was looking at. Like, if I go... Yeah. I can see it now when I scroll up a little bit, but like...
See, it was only like a smidge away.
But it was a smidge away, but it was not there. Okay.
I'm going to get a screenshot.
Okay, but what to what end, my love? What end?
I'll put a timestamp in.
Keep my... You need to consider what your win condition is here, honey. Because, like, what are we trying to accomplish?
Nope, dying on this hill. I will set a timestamp and I'll show you post 3.
Tater Tot did fall. Sorry, Tater. Wait, where is your little ring? There it is. Tater Tot likes to perch on things. Adorable. Okay. So the only thing we're really missing here is hat. And I don't know why I left hat till now, but I guess we'll attempt hat while we wait. Oh my goodness. What happened here? This is a crime. That is what's happened here. Okay, there we go. I found the end of it. Let's just... I'm sorry I knocked over Pidgey. I've stood Pidgey back up. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I found Pidgey. It was just buried on the shelf like I thought it would be. We paused at the start of stream and I was just like, hold on a second, I'll find it. And I found it within like 30 seconds. Tater Tot's adorable. Tater Tot might be one of the best things we've ever made on this channel. Ah, a bunch of intestines. Yes, but they are yarn, so it's fine. Yeah. There we go. Alright, cool. So hat. Hat is like... this shape. So many approaches I can take to make that shape. But we know it needs to have like... and we know it has like that one feather that sticks out as well, which might become a separate piece, but I'm actually kind of a little bit stumped as to how I want to do this because I've got so many thoughts. I want it to match this one here, but I've worked this one here in like 2 strand pieces, and then I suppose I could just do strands. I could work it up that way just using different height stitches as well, but I don't know how well that's going to work on the fly. Oh, we could work it like a leaf piece. I don't know if that would look right though. Tater tot is a plop of cuteness. He's a very special little bird. And he makes for actually a really fun, like, bun ornament. Like, forget flowers in your hair. It's just like one little messy bun with one little tater tot wedged up in there. It's adorable. I like it a lot. I'm worried about losing him though, so I try not to do it too often. No, we can't brush it. The eye of my curved needle. Well, I have 50 of them now, but these are the new ones. It's not really focusing for you. There's something dark I can put behind it instead of flesh. Try this instead. Yeah. I'm really bad at being able to tell which way to turn things. Oh, come on. Oh, hang on, that was almost in focus for a second. Can we see? No, because we're drifting and we're bad at this. You know what? Hold on one second. I'll post it to the Discord. There we go. That's the largest size. I have these now. I'm never running out of needles again. Honestly, game changing for me when it came to working on that tapestry, because I suddenly had more than one needle to work with. So I could literally just keep like the black and the white threaded on their needles instead of having to rethread every single time for every single square. Yeah, I'm gonna put a pause on making the hat. We're gonna call it because we have 75% of the vote. It's pretty conclusive, let's put it that way. Pidgeotato. Pidgeotato had 74% of the votes, then came Russet at 12%, Crisp at 10%, and Burb had just 2% of the votes. And given how many votes there were, that means that just one person voted for Burb. Just quickly, back of the envelope, mathing that there. It's 1 to 2 people voted for Burb. So thank you to the people who supported that option. Pidgeotato it is. We're going to pop her to one side now because we want to stay ticking along in the hopes of being able to do another one at the end of the stream. So let me just shuffle some of this stuff out the way. We're going to need most of these colours for the next lot. Excuse me guys, you can sit back there. Cute little family in the corner. Alrighty, so as mentioned, we're going to spend the next little block of time working on some of the backlog because we have a couple of weeks of backlog here. So let me just dig out the options. I already know that I want to work on the older ones, so we probably won't be hitting Arcanine or Graveler today, I'm not sure. So we have Starmie there. I've got Mankey in the box just because we were working on Primeape. Pinsir needs some love. Pidgeotto needs to go away. Oh, hang on. There's Graveler. He roly-polies really well. Like, Arcanine is in the box, but like I mentioned, those two there are kind of like the least priority for me. I would love to get all of the pieces made for these 3, which honestly I don't think will take us more than an hour, but even just like the act of sitting down and making them, I feel like it's a good idea. And I've got like the little dumpling Mankey here just to show you that they are actually slightly different sizes. So we did nail that even though we were winging it at the time. Okay, thank you, Dumpling. So those are our 3 options. I'm going to stand up and have a little walk around just to stretch my back out a little bit, but we'll do a vote and you can choose Primeape, Starmie, or pins. And I'll throw the break music on. You guys can select which one of these three we work on. As I mentioned, I feel like we should be able to wrap this up pretty quickly. I think an hour we should have all of the pieces made that we need to get made, and then we can pick another one from our choice document, which is sitting there waiting to be chosen from. So hopefully that's cool with all of you guys. Let's start this poll, and I'm going to go on break, and I'll be back in a minute. There he is. Good job, buddy. Okay, cool. Thank you all for your voting. You have voted for me to continue Starmie, which is great. Starmie needs 3 more legs. We already have the pattern from the week we designed Starmie, so we just need to whip those up. Then I will stuff them. And at that point we will pop it to one side, but I'm not ruling out the idea of sewing. We're going to do, somebody called it the power hour and I loved that. So yeah, we're going to call it, we're thinking of it as the power hour. We're going to get as much done on our outstanding projects as we can in that time, and then we'll start a new one. Yes, twice the blessings for our boy. Thank you guys for getting excited for seeing LeChonk. I feel so bad for him down at the end. Like he gets to sit on my shelf, he gets to supervise. He's such a good little dude. But he needs buddies, and he has none at the moment. We're discussing straws. I don't know, I just adapted to life without a straw. I hate those paper straws. I understand why there's paper straws, but I do not like the taste of the paper straw. I have some of those silicone ones, but they never quite feel clean for me. So I have just adapted to a strawless life. Oh good, I did turn the mic back on. That's always a good thing. So yeah, we are making some Starmie legs. Then we'll... Looks like Pincer had the second amount of votes at 28%, but there's not that much between him and Primeape, so we will revisit that. There's still pieces to be designed, so like I still think there's plenty of like content here. It's not just like a churning of pieces. It's just Starmie in particular just needs 3 legs made, and it just is what it is. Now I believe Mr. Bones was still planning on posting butt pics to the Discord though, but I think he's gotten creative with it. Oh, there we go. 1, 2. Yeah, reusable straws. So like metal ones I'm a little afraid of. I'm a little bit too clumsy to want to do that. But like I said, I have my silicone straws and they work fine. It's just I've learned over time that I enjoy a drink with ice cubes more than I enjoy a drink through a straw. So cool. Keep getting ads in Spanish? That's so weird. Sour Sprout, you could possibly change that in like your Google setup. Every so often I'll get a foreign language ad myself because like I get ads on YouTube. I don't have Prime. Not Prime, what's it called on YouTube? Plus? Is it members? Something like that. Whatever the paid YouTube subscription thing is. I don't have it. So I get ads. And yeah, every so often I'll get a foreign language one. I'm just like, someone paid for this to be shown to me. I hope they're angry on their own behalf. Scared to drop and break glass straws? Yeah, with metal straws I just can see myself tripping and falling. And you want to never have anything like... How do I put this? I want the straw to break before I do. Does that make sense? It's like a... Oh, dang, all the names are abandoning me right now. You know the snowman from Frozen? It's like, oh, I've been impaled. That's what I'm afraid of when it comes to metal straws. Are we finishing last week's? Well, this is the week before that we're working on at the moment. So we're just going to do a power hour of like catching up as much as we possibly can. If we get all the pieces made for these 3, yeah, last week's will come back out of the box. But I am trying to like keep this to just like a little bubble of time in the middle of the stream, and then we'll do another fancy tailed one to bookend it. So we're currently 2.5 hours in. I've been doing this for I don't know how long, but in about an hour we'll assess and decide what we want to do. That's why I'm trying to like focus on just like churning out the pieces. Can Primate like closer to pins so they can support each other? Sure. How's that? And Caterpickle the nurse is on hand with the bobby pin ready to help. You guys are adorable. Olaf, thank you. Thank you. That was going to bother me. Olaf. Oh look, I've been impaled. Yeah, I've got one of those little like straw cleany bottle brushes. But still, I don't even like the water bottles that have, like, you know how you can get those water bottles where you can like suck the liquid through a straw? I don't like them. They look like a hiding place for mold to me. No matter how often you clean them, I'm just like, there's something sneaky hiding in there. I think I've just had the experience too often in bug-filled Australia of like going to drink from a can and having something like touch my lip. It's like, I have got trauma. I like to be able to see what I am drinking. Olaf. Oh, I'm sorry. Does me saying Olaf cause you pain? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, cool. Couple more rows.
Are we discussing the different ways to pronounce Olaf?
we call him Olaf now. Yeah, Olaf, the little snowman. Most party supply stores have clear plastic straws that do break if you're too rough, but you can see how clean that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Honestly, if it was a problem I thought needed solving, I understand that there are solutions out there, but like, I am just as happy to swig. Cheers. It legit does. Your friend is a frozen lover and it physically hurts your soul. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's fun to pronounce things in strange ways, though. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever done the thing where, like, words like article, pronounce it like you're from, like, an ancient Greek epic and go with, like, articles. It's fun. It's fun. It's kind of like in Finding Nemo where it's like, escape. Funny, it's spelled just like escape. It's that vibe. But, like, with all written language. Plus, alright, if you do it as a joke often enough, not like to exhaustion, but often enough, if you then actually make a mistake and pronounce one wrong, everyone's just assumes you're doing the joke thing. So you get off the hook with it really, really easily. And then you are no longer afraid of speaking or saying new words because everyone just thinks if you make a mistake that you're just doing that annoying joke that you do. Oh, bye Gem Jewel, thanks for hanging out. Wait, Fluffy Chomper, are you trying to say emu? Is that what's happening? Emu? What are we doing? You got Power Hour from Gretchen Rubin, who I think got it from multiple podcast listeners. Cool. Well, all credit to the original creator of Power Hour, but I think like a project Power Hour in the middle of stream is a great idea. You can just churn through some whips, which normally I don't have that many, which is why this is stressing me out. To have a box full is intense for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Cool, one more. Yeah, it's kind of like I just have too many tabs open in my brain, and it would be really nice to close some of them off. So, like these three here, the pieces that we've designed for them, they're all already typed, but I can't share them on Patreon until the Pokemon themselves are finished. And also, I haven't designed legs or ears for Primeape yet. Go. I was trying to remember something. There was something else. But it's gone now. Maybe it'll circle back around for us. I can't believe we're in June already. I don't know how that happened. Time has gotten very strangely fluid. It's just like there's so many activities every single day, and then like you wake up and it's like June. we're halfway through the year and it's ticking away. Oh, that's what I'm excited about. I rediscovered sponges this week. This kind of sounds like such a weird thing. I swear my house isn't dirty, right? I do my best, but I think I've been doing it the hard way. And I rediscovered sponges with like the scoury, not the metal scoury stuff, but like just like that rough scoury stuff on the other side this week. Oh my goodness, my showers are so clean now. Like, don't get me wrong, I was getting the job done with brushes and cloths and that sort of thing, but I had forgotten about sponges. And when I tell you that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, cool, yep. Like, oh my goodness, my shower has never been so clean. It just basically wiped clean. I'm just like, oh my goodness, normally I spend hours doing this. What other tools don't I know about? And so I went out and I found, there's a scrubbing brush now that's designed specifically for grout. So turns out that my grout was not the color I thought it was. But that's fine, because it is now. And like, it's like, I don't necessarily enjoy the act of cleaning, but I really enjoy the act of having a clean house. And so like one act is kind of worth the other act. And I'm very excited right now because like the hard water buildup on the glass just wiped off with the rough side of a sponge, even though scrubbing with a brush for hours did nothing to it. And so I kind of feel like, what else don't I know? Do you guys have any like cleaning tips? I know this isn't really the channel for that, but like what don't I know about cleaning? Oh, Night Noted Team Master, thanks for hanging out. Your family's more tiring than you were expecting. It feels so weird missing streams. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here now. And family can be exhausting in good ways. They're not necessarily all bad. Hi. Sorry, you came and lurked and I paused.
Cleaning tip. Coca-Cola. Amazing for cleaning a lot of stuff. It's because it's acidic, so it's like vinegar, but also because it's got the bubbles into it. and the bubbles will form wherever they can get, you know. And so if you
It's also like $3 a litre now.
yeah, well, you don't need to use all of it, but like if you put the Coke on something, right, like the Coke will soak into it and then form bubbles inside of it, which blasts it apart.
Yeah. Vinegar and stainless steel to get rid of buildup. Yeah, I make my own all-purpose cleaner. Sorry guys, this is not the stream you signed up for, but I'm very enthused about the subject at the moment. I make my own all-purpose cleaner using dishwashing detergent, vinegar and water, and I use that for most dusting surfaces. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't make things smell lemony fresh or anything like that, but it also doesn't set off my allergies, and it makes everything smell like vinegar, if I'm honest. It'll clean out your sinuses real good when you're cleaning with it, but I'm also not afraid of accidentally knocking myself out with toxic fumes. So yeah, that's just like my general go-to. And I'm rediscovering the joys of Jif at the moment, which is just a whole other thing. Magic erasers are amazing. Oh, I think I have... No, I don't. I don't have some of those. I think I've got some Scrub Daddies or something that I haven't used that are in a little box. You've imported your boyfriend? What does that mean? You finished your pink marigold this week. You started her when you were pregnant. Your baby's now 8 months old. Well, you know what? Marigolds take a long time. And like, it's really awesome that you got one finished. Like, YouTube, I think, gives a sense of escalated time frame. But even my marigold I worked on over the course of several weeks. It's not like she popped up overnight. So good for you. Magic erasers will change my life. Okay. Tell me more. What are they for? What do you use them on? Dawn Power Wash is an ADHD cleaner's best friend. Oh, I've got like it's just a palm olive one. I know that Dawn dish soap is like the one everyone talks about, but the palm olive gets the job done. Hydrogen peroxide for non-porous crevices. Yeah, see, I get real nervous when things start coming with disclaimers like non-porous. It's like, okay, but like, what if it's porous? How do I know? Very easy spray. Look at you guys, you're coming through here. Mr. Bones, I hope you're writing this down. You love cleaning, your roommates are too messy, but I generally adore it. Yeah, my life changed when I bought myself a new vacuum. I've been trying to make an older vacuum work for a while. It was one, don't get me wrong, it was still bagless, but it just kind of like given up the ghost. And it had to be like plugged in, so I had to like move where it was plugged in all the time, so it was tripping over cords and everything. I got myself a stick vacuum last year, and when I tell you my house is just vacuumed 100% of the time right now, that thing is so fun to use, and it's just, this is your 30s, guys. I don't know if it hit some of you earlier or some of you later, but like in your 30s, you'll suddenly become really enthusiastic about vacuum cleaners, and you won't think it's going to happen to you. But here we are. And like suddenly you're like, oh my goodness, I don't have to, like, it just takes something off your to-do list pretty much permanently. Because like the floor, it's vacuumed. We've probably already done that. And so if you go to have like a cleaning day, things like showers already being cleaned and floors already vacuumed, that makes cleaning day more of a, okay, we got to clean out that cupboard today, or we got to, you know what I'm talking about here. Porous might be fine too if you're not afraid of a little bleaching. What I need is a way to get hair out of carpets. There are shedders in this house. I'm a shedder. Okay, so right, here's my advice on that. You can use, I don't know if you've ever seen those like detangler ones that are kind of like a weird puck that you hold in your hand with a little spike sticking out of it. Brush your carpet. You can actually get full on like broom type things that kind of look like rakes, but they're finer, and you can rake your carpet from a standing position. I don't have one of those, so I use either a window squeegee, which costs like $2, or one of those like hair brush things, and I brush my carpet. Just brush your carpet. It's good, like, if depending on the kind of hair, vacuum first so you don't get a lot of dust in your face, but if it's certain kind of hair, it'll just like wrap around your vacuum cleaner. But yeah, brush your carpet, gets the hair out. You know you're in your 30s when you suddenly realize you're excited about getting a new vacuum cleaner. Yeah, I know. Like, I know how I sound. But also I was genuinely like, it's a pretty color, and it made the job so disproportionately easy to what I was dealing with prior to that it's almost a joke. Because I'd had the same vacuum since I moved to go to uni, which was a while ago at this point. And he'd kind of like, it kind of just didn't suck the way it used to. Yeah, rubbing in circular motions with a rubber glove would also do the trick. I sometimes just do it with my bare hands. It's a problem with having pale carpets and dark hair. Little off topic, but dishwashers are amazing. You don't realize how much you miss it. Yeah, no, I am living in an apartment right now with a dishwasher. And I mean, I've lived with one previously before, but it was only for like 6 months. But like, this is my first time like living long term with the dishwasher, and I will not go back. When the pipe exploded last year, and I didn't have water in my kitchen for a little bit, and we had to hand wash dishes in a bucket, I'm not going back. Dishwashers, guys, they're like, potentially get two, and one's the clean one, and as you use dishes, you put it in the other one, and then you don't even need cupboards. Dishwashers. So it sucked at sucking. It did. It intensely sucked at sucking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I messed this up. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're fine. It's fine. It's nothing unforgivable. Look, none of us make the rules. You have no choice but to get excited by new cleaning tools in your 30s, right? I'm so excited about new cleaning tools because like anything that makes it slightly easier, makes the cleaning take slightly less time, or like even just like, as I said, the sponge thing was so revolutionarily exciting to me because like when like scrubbing a shower takes an hour of just like miserable, semi-damp, stinky work, it's just like, I don't want to do it. But like the sponge, now I'm just doing it when I'm in the shower. Like, it's fun. It's like a little activity. You know, you're an elder Gen Xer when someone asks about getting hair from a carpet, you immediately remember raking the shag carpet. Yeah, well, these days you can get little, like I said, they're like little tools that look like rakes. They've got tiny, fine tooth, like, they're very fine. And it's on like a stick that you can just like rake your carpet. Yeah, it's a thing. Absolutely. I've seen them. I'm not quite at the level. Because like I can at least see where there is tufts of hair, so I can tell what's going on. So it's easy enough to grab them and just like do the little circular motion and pick it up. But 7 years, that's how long it's been without a dishwasher? No. Correct this. Correct that if you can. Thought I was going crazy with my pattern notes for your dang dragon, but nope, just missed 2 increases in a previous round. Yep, love that feeling. You have a newish vacuum that works well, but the rubber broom will still find more hair. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, long hair. That's why it's always up in a top knot. It will eradicate, like, it's basically a disease for the vacuum cleaner. So, like, I have to go through and pick up the hair before. Like, that's the thing. That's how you prolong the life of a vacuum cleaner. I heard this from a professional cleaner on YouTube. So, take it with all the credit that deserves. I just mean that you can't believe everything you hear on the internet. I was not discrediting professional cleaners on the internet, just to be very clear there. I was making fun of myself for just believing something on the internet. Yeah, the way to prolong the life of your vacuum and keep it functioning well is to make sure that before you vacuum, you pick up all of the pieces of yarn and all of the long pieces of hair to stop them getting like wrapped around things. Everything comes off the floor and then you vacuum up the particles. It's like, okay, cool, I can do that. Give me clear, concise instructions and I'm good. We got the carpet rake when we got the burnt orange shag carpet. That's such a choice. That's such a choice. It's a strong choice and I respect you for it. You want a dishwasher so badly, but getting one in a small rented apartment can be quite tricky. That's true. Don't they do like little countertop ones? Like they're only really suitable for like maybe 1 to 2 people. But I think they do real little ones now. But also it's just one of those things that's on the list. Like dishwasher was on my dream list. It's like sometimes it's hard to forget when you're thinking of like what the future dream is, that you're also currently kind of like living the dream of past you. And I am living my absolute best life compared to 10 years ago right now. Like 10 years ago, there wasn't even a Mr. Bones. Like what even was that? What was I even doing with my time? Loot, yeah, at the moment we are just doing an hour of catching up on some of the Pokemon we haven't finished yet, and then we're going to do another vote. But we finished making the pieces for Pidgeotto, except for her hat, which I got a little stumped on, so I just decided to like put it down and we would work on something else for a bit. You love your RoboVac? Not because it does a particularly good job of cleaning the carpets, but because the auto-scheduling makes your kids pick up the crap. Okay, sure, that's fair. I had one of those like little like robo-vacuums for a while, and I liked it well enough, but it wasn't super satisfying the way the stick vacuum kind of just is, and it took a lot longer. And also, we are 2 people with a lot of stuff crammed into a decent size, but still not big enough for us apartment. And so there wasn't any wall space for it to have its charger set up permanently, and so it became a real hassle trying to manage the RoboVac. And in the same way, the stick vacuum, I just, when there's a mess that I see or I feel the urge, I just grab it, I vacuum, and it's done. So I think it works better for me, but I did like the little RoboVac trundling about at one point. It just doesn't fit with what I require from cleaning. Also, my goodness, when that thing, when the power goes out in the middle of the night and your RoboVac has finished charging, it can sometimes just start, its little blue lights turn on and it'll start bumping around to stuff in your living room, and it will scare the pants off you at 2 a.m. when you start hearing something bumping around in your living room with a light flashing around. I'm pretty sure that's what this grey hair is about. Hi, Andy. Welcome back. Spent so much time removing hair and carpet threads that pulled off the carpets at work, probably approaching 3 full work days of being a vacuum cleaner. That's what I mean. You gotta adjust accordingly. Now, when I bought my new vacuum, I looked into ones that are supposed to be able to, like, at least make it easier to remove the hair. Like, I got one that had, like, the spool can be pulled out so you can take the hair off more easily. Because, like, there is just not any, like, hair winds around stuff. It just does. But it's, like, the bane of my existence and the bane of my vacuum cleaners. And I ain't losing the hair because I like the hair, right? It makes me feel pretty. So, like, the hair has to stay, so I have to adjust to the conditions of the hair. And that means that I had to get a vacuum cleaner that can handle it, and also look at information such as, you make sure you get the hair off the ground so it doesn't get sucked up into the vacuum cleaner in the first place. And even just, like, hearing someone say that, I was just like, that's not that hard. We can do that. Rubber-soled shoes and moonwalking gets deeper than just a rubber glove, and no crawling on the floors. That's a pretty good idea. What are we up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Cool, one more row, and then this leg is done, and then I think we have just one more leg of Starmie to go. Now, this was always going to be the one that took the longest to make, because, like, with Pincer, he has one noodle arm and one horn to go, so, like, that's going to take us all of 10 minutes for both pieces. Finding a good dustpan is also great. Yeah, I've just got a normal one. What makes a good dustpan? That's the real question here. Honestly, I tend to just skip the dustpan and just vacuum up the pile at the end if I've been sweeping. Or skip sweeping altogether and just vacuum. I'm pretty lazy in terms of things like that. I'm just like, I don't understand the point of doing both. Brooms have their place, of course, when it comes to, like, broken glass. But, yeah. Oh, hi, Sarah. I'm sorry that this is the first time of you catching me live, and not only am I working on old Pokemon, but we're talking about cleaning. So, maybe not the most fun one to join, but you're still very welcome. Yeah, what Mr. Bones said. The backlog got huge. Oh, hi, Daiquiri Rose. I recognize you. We are... Okay, so the theme for today was these Pokemon have fancy tails. We made Pidgeotto. And now we are taking an hour to just catch up on some of the backlog because it was stressing me out. We ended up with a lot of Pokemon that we hadn't quite finished. So we're just taking an hour to make the limbs of Starmie and, like, you know what I mean? Like, just catch up on a few little bits and pieces, and then we'll be doing another vote to pick another Pokemon with a fancy tail it's about maybe 35 minutes. So if you wanted to, like, stop and maybe make some food if you're not super interested in this part of the stream and come back, that's all good. Needs to have a rubber lip to be a good dustpan. That's fair. Pure plastic, you end up with lines of dust behind. I concur with that. Okay, good. My dustpan meets that criteria. I always just think that the brushes themselves flick a lot of dust up into the air. This is getting confusing. I think we have one leg to go. We do. We have just the one leg to go. I know that they're looking a little wonky at the moment. When we sew them on, I'm going to straighten them out. He does actually stand up pretty well. But, yeah. He needs... Some of these aren't stuffed, and so, like, that's impacting how everything is sitting right now. CK's ideal house says tree, birds, and a dog. I would add all washable floors. Look, okay, I used to be, like, hardcore no carpet in my house. I'm still might be, like, I don't mind. I'd put down floor rugs though if that was the case. It's just like, yeah, I'm a little ambivalent about carpet now, which is, I used to be strongly negative and now I'm ambivalent. So I suppose we've just, like, moved into a more positive direction. It's just like, I don't feel like carpet's ever truly clean. And I feel like when you have furniture, like most houses do, it's really hard to get a cleaner to clean around the things. I have very crowded rooms. I don't have room for carpet cleaners. So, yeah. Whereas like an area rug, you can take out and beat. Or, hose down. I do think that a rug can really anchor a room. And it feels nice and squishy on the toes. So it's all the best parts of carpet without all the nasty parts of carpet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, my house is so bad. I need to clean it before going to Victoria next week. Also, may not be on stream in 2 weeks. Oh, okay. I hope you're doing something fun. And yeah, if it makes you feel better, Daiquiri. Sorry, I went to call you Darcy, but Daiquiri. Literally, this subject started because I rediscovered the existence of like the sponges that have like the not metal scourers but the soft scourers on the back of them, and that changed my life earlier this week. So like we're coming from a place of healing and understanding when it comes to messy houses. And happy Pride, everybody. Dad installed flooring for your childhood, and let me tell you how bad carpeting is never clean. Yeah, well, as someone who like has allergies, like asthma, and Mr. Bones has asthma, it's like carpet always felt like the enemy. It still kind of does, but it's also already there, which is so much more convenient than trying to put something new in. So we just kind of we vacuum it a lot. I'm horrified at the amount of dust that comes off it, and then we all move on. We live in a very dusty place as well, just because of the parking lot that's out one side. We get a lot of bitumen dust in, which means that there's just always a lot of dust to remove. So even if we didn't have carpet, at least the carpet's kind of catching the dust, and then we can vacuum it and get it gone. Whereas like if we didn't have the carpet, it would just be getting kicked around everywhere else. Oh yeah, area rug. That dust that come up when you rip up the carpet, dead skin. Even if the carpet is clean, every single stain is there on the bottom waiting for discovery. Oh, I know. Burst pipe last year. We ripped the carpet out of the room I'm currently sitting in and then laid the same carpet back down because we're cheap. Yeah. So, honestly, it's not that bad in here. Whoever had this place before us, there appears to have been no murders in this room. Oh no, carpet in the bathroom's a deal breaker. Honestly, okay, here's the thing. Carpet in the bathroom, depending on what's underneath it, you could maybe get that house cheaper because nobody wants to deal with carpet in a bathroom, and then you rip up the carpet and you've saved yourself a bundle. Like that's a very small, very easy change to make that would be off-putting to many. So it's just like, that's actually kind of golden. You kind of want that. You're meeting Mitch's family. Oh, okay. His cousin just got married in May, so now you'll get to meet his fam bam. He hasn't seen him in over a decade. Wow. Okay. That's exciting. I hope that all goes well. Good luck. You should be here next week anyway, but so I'll say good luck now just in case because people get busy, but like, yeah, but carpet in the bathroom is right up there for me with like fabric toilet seats. Whose idea was that? And, no. Just no. We won't be doing that. Under any circumstances. What am I working on right now? Yep. Sorry, we've got Starmy. We're just finishing off the final leg of Starmy, and then we'll be finishing off the missing arm of Pincer. We'll be starting a new project in about half an hour, if you were looking to cast a vote for that. We've got some fun ones left on the board. All of them have fancy tails. Should be some fun. You know someone who was proud of their carpeted bathroom? It was an appropriately algae mud color. No! Honestly, it's hard enough to keep the mold out of a bathroom when there's tile. And frankly, the larger the tiles, the better. Enough of this small tile nonsense. I don't want to have to deal with grout, right? Grout's a pain. Give me giant tiles. None of this like tiny little grid patterns. Nope, biggest tiles ever. Or mat in front of the toilet. Nope, that's not for me. Give me a surface that can be mopped and wiped down. And boiled. I suppose you can boil the mat, but only if you know that you need to boil the mat. Hi.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay. Pitch.
Oh
right?
no.
So you know how when you're in the bathroom and there's water on the floor?
That was him tripping and falling. Yep.
How that's bad, right?
Not ideal. Yes.
And you want a bath mat, which is a small square of carpet, right, in your bathroom.
No, but it's grippy.
But it's still a small square of carpet.
That you can pick up and hang over something to dry.
What if? And here's the idea.
Wait, you're picking up your bath mat, right?
Hmm?
Okay, never mind. Go on. What if? What's your pitch?
My idea is, what if you had like an inch deep drainage section underneath for a start, right?
You're pitching a bathroom moat.
Yeah, pretty much. So any water that falls off you falls into a proper drainage area, which is angled, so the water just goes away. Because I just don't want water. I want it gone, right? For starters. But the floor, you know the plastic grass we've got on the balcony?
Oh, no.
What if it was a plastic grass, pretend grass floor? So you get out of the shower and you're on pretend grass, and all the water that goes through you, it doesn't rot because it's just plastic. Like there's no mold there.
Okay.
And it goes straight down the plug, and so you never slip.
All right,
How genius is that?
First of all, most of us dry off in the shower where the water can go down the drain as you're describing.
Well, yeah, but you can only drip dry for so long.
With a towel.
No, because then the towel touches the walls and then the towel gets wet. You shake all the water off, you shake them off your bones, and then you climb out of the shower and then you drape yourself in a nice warm dry towel. Yes.
No, you use the towel and dry off in the shower.
No, that is wrong.
And then all of the water stays in the shower.
But it is okay. I understand that you're wrong, and that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Mr. Bones out here. Why are we speaking about lino? We had lino in the house I grew up in. No mats in the toilet, yeah. 1 inch squares, 2 inch squares, and 1 inch by 2 inch rectangles. So much grout. That's too much grout, Corey. The idea of scrubbing that much grout makes my bones ache. Our bathroom carpet was blue. We got linoleum at the end of elementary school. Yeah, see, okay, lino in the bathroom, fine. Tile is the best solution, but lino is acceptable. Carpet, no. Carpet, no. Your bath mat's more like bulky towels and always hung up between you. So that's what I mean. You hang up the bath mat. You can't hang up a ground like a carpet. And again, it's the same thing as like with an area rug. You can take it outside and air it or dry it or beat it or whatever it needs. It can be done easily, where if it's carpet attached to the ground, it's really hard. Particularly if you've already got a mold issue, trying to clean carpet in a bathroom. Are you kidding me? Your husband and you are both window cleaners. That's cool. One of your regular jobs has concrete bathrooms. Your room is smooth, matte, polished concrete. Mr. Bones, I want that. Sold. Polished concrete bathroom floor. Done. Only thing I'd be a little bit worried about it being too slippery. But I can adjust. We can get some sticky ducks or something. You have laminate flooring? We have laminate flooring in our living area. It's just carpeted in the bedroom. Well, bedroom and craft room. I am blessed. We have 2 rooms. No. Tile for bathroom floor is not as good. It's not as good as what? Tile is breakable. It depends on what you're doing in the bathroom. Dry off on the bath mat outside of the shower. A bath mat goes in the washing machine twice a week. Polished concrete. Done. Waterproof outlets so I can take a pressure cleaner and just blast the whole room. Yes! Please, yes. Do that. Sold. Mr. Bones' job is now to clean the bathrooms. Hi, Smallest Pedal. We are just talking about cleaning and catching up on some projects. We will be picking a new project in 25 minutes. I am keeping an eye on the clock for you all, just in case. Just like, even if you're finding this part of the stream kind of on the tedious side, you at least know that we'll be starting a new project soon. Mold on those non-stick things is terrible. Well, I mean, it's better than breaking a hip. We don't have any at the moment in our current setup because when you have tiles with grout between them, you have some semblance of, like, non-slip. Vinyl is pretty functional in a bathroom. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like lino is acceptable. It's just I don't like the feel of like vinyl on or lino like on like bare feet when it's like wet. It always feels grimy to me. It's matte, not glossy. Yeah, like honestly, the look of polished concrete I actually think is lovely, and it's very industrial, so Mr. Bones would like it as well. I've seen it used in like living areas with like warm copper accents, and I'm just like, yeah, cool, sold. It's a nice look. I don't mind it. I'm way more Scandi in my preferences, but I don't mind if the bathrooms are a little bit more industrial. Alright, see you soon, Daiquiri. Set off the dog upstairs. Hello, doggy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Hey, cool, this leg is done. We have finished all of Starmie's legs, and we are moving on to... I think technically Primeape got the next highest amount of... Nope, it was Pinsir. It was. Pinsir got the next highest amount of votes. So we'll be making Pinsir's arm and horn, which are the pieces missing from him. I don't think we'll have time to do any assembly, but even just this is so helpful. Thanks, guys, for humouring me. I really appreciate it. Because, like, cool. Now I don't have to, like, go and find the will to make a bunch of purple legs after stream. I just need to sew them on and stuff some of them. He'll look less lumpy than this when they're stuffed properly. He's just... That's just an impression of what he looks like.
Make a good hair ornament.
He'd make an excellent cushion. He's currently very curved backwards, where he needs to be like, these ones here, once they're stuffed and flipped the other way, will counterbalance that. So he's going to look really good. I'm telling you guys that now. Just trust, we can trust that process. He can go back off to one side for sewing. And
100% on the big cushion, because like I can imagine having your arm just like in between the spikes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and then we've got my Pinsir notes, and he needs an arm and he needs a horn. So we'll whip those up real quick. Bare particle board. You know what, Puppy Mint Mocha? If that gets the job done, more power to it. Like, a floor, function first, right? We're talking about our disagreements of various forms, and like, I kind of think that carpet isn't really performing what it should be. But like, it's all just set dressing. You still have cake, you just have no icing. So like, particle board's absolutely fine. What does Scandi mean? Think IKEA. Like, light, bright, very pale wood tones, lots of natural sunshine coming through. Organized surfaces, I would say. Yeah, it's an aesthetic. IKEA is the best way to describe it. IKEA is very Scandi. What am I working on here? I need the arms. There they are. Magic ring of 6. Can do. You're glad you could help. This is our crafternoon. We keep each other company. I even feel a little crow. Oh yay, Kitticus Rex! I'm so happy. If we can just like recharge that battery just a little bit. It's like a car battery, right? It's only when it drops to absolute zero that you're in trouble. As long as you've got a little bit of a charge, a little bit of spark in the engine, there's hope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now we're making claws, so we need our white. Chuck some color changes in the mix. Get those fingers done. Sorry, just need to focus for just 1 second. So yeah, basically the pressure to relieve this backlog is basically because we have less than 20 Pokemon to go. And if we'd just done this stream as usual, it would have turned into 8 in my backlog to do. And then I'm doing the Soul Silver run at the moment as well, which means that that's 6 more to do that week. And it's just like, it was too much. It was too much, and it was too high of a proportion between the number that I had in my whip pile versus the number we had left to go. And the pressure was building. And so this is better. So this way we'll catch up on the backlog this week. And then I can start the Soul Silver run, which I filmed the gameplay for the next 2 episodes, by the way. Filmed them yesterday. I don't want to talk about it. But we filmed that, and it means that those episodes can start. Probably not the next video. I'll do something else this week. Well, this week, I mean the next Thursday. But they might start I'm pretty sure they're going to start the week after. So it's good to clear the backlog now. CK, also, how do you know what pattern the community needs? I was just about to search for a pattern. Smallest Petal, I make what I feel like making. And, yeah, I am my own customer, so to speak. I am my own audience. I make what I feel like making. And I kind of just, like, hope that people like me are... Yeah, I just hope that people like me find it. That's just sort of how that works. There is, yeah, that's it. That's all it is. 2 a.m. and I should be sleeping, but I'm not sleepy, so glad you're streaming because no one else is as relaxed. Oh, well, that's cool, Apocalypse Faith. Thank you. I like the idea of being considered relaxed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that was 1. Oh my goodness. 2. I've just realized we're doing 8 rows of this. I'm going to put a stitch marker in. That said, we are fast approaching kind of the odd part of the stream, so things might go a little bonkers, but I think that's fine. Working on a reversible chameleon. That's interesting. The ferret was a pleasant surprise. Oh, I love that. I love the fact that he's no sew. I love the design of those little legs. Sorry, I can't talk. I want to use them for skunks. I just want to circle back around and touch back on the skunks thing. I love skunks. I think that they're adorable. I think that they're perfect. I think that they're the perfect creature. They are the perfect mix between dogs and cats, and I love them with this big stupid noses. I love them. And yeah, I want to make a skunk in the same pattern, just because it's not just like, there's a lot of color changes involved with both the raccoon and the ferret and with any others that we add to that particular series, but those little legs are just pure mischief little pawsies, and I love them. I love that they're no-sew. It does mean that drift is an ongoing issue, but I feel like if I just keep flagging in the videos the points where you can like check and adjust, I feel like we can help counteract that together, because a lot of the time it is just surrounded by single crochet, and so like adding or removing stitches to adjust for your level of drift isn't hard, you know. Like, don't get me wrong, you have to be aware of it, which does add a difficulty to it, but it's not in itself a difficult act. There are noodly creatures. You've been working on stacking toys. That's fun. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. We've got a whole bunch more rows to go. These arms are long. This crochet book has the leg patterns out of order. Weird. Reading a graphic novel about ferrets, and I wanted to crochet the protagonist, and you posted the ferret pattern. Oh, hey, cool. Yeah, when I tell you that, like, that ferret pattern iterated, okay? Like, sometimes patterns just hatch fully formed. Love it when that happens. That ferret iterated. Like, anyone who had been on the Discord pretty much the day before I filmed would have seen the earliest iteration of the ferret with me going, is this too short? And everyone basically saying yes. And then it took me like 2 or 3 more ferrets to straighten everything out, because even just adjusting one stitch, I meant what I said about the nose, adjusting one stitch early enough in the pattern changes the rotation of literally everything the whole way back, sometimes pretty dramatically, which you wouldn't think is true, but that's just how that works. Am I ducking out of frame again? Doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more row. By the way, what am I making? The sprite? Oh, the sprite's not on screen. Thank you. We are currently working on... We made Pidgeotto earlier. We are currently just finishing off one of Pincer's limbs. But I will chuck him on screen so people know. Where are you, sir? There you are. I'll just chuck him there. And we'll be making at least Primate's other arm. But I do intend... 15 minutes from now, right? 15 minutes. Let me know if I forget. But we will be starting the new poll for the next fancy tail creature. This has just been a good chance for me to like catch up on some pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 7, 8. Cool. And then 5 increases. These arms were slightly more involved than I thought they were. So they're taking slightly longer than I thought they would. But that's okay. If all I have to do is like sit down and sew, that's a big difference between sitting down and sewing and having to sit down and like full on make pieces. I can sit down and sew while I'm playing a video game. Like, it's like actual crocheting takes a little bit more mental power. Now all you need is a white-tailed finch. Better get started. Yeah. Happy time zone! That's right, we are finishing off Pincer's arm at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Cool, and then we're going to do 30 around. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2 more rows. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 8, hold on, 29 and 30. And even though we're not doing the vote yet, I will flash them up on screen. If you hold 1 second. There we go. So let me just maybe move that. I don't want to get too distracted because I still have a few good minutes to work on my pincer, but just chuck it up there. So those are the options we will be voting for. I will warn you that the color of the box is the color of the fancy tail. It's not like the main color of the Pokemon like we normally do. Like Pidgeotto had red as their box. So like, I'm trying to keep it a little bit fun. So it's sometimes a little bit more fun for the people who are very familiar with Pokemon that they can't immediately tell who's behind the box. That said, more and more often now you guys are just guessing correctly, and that's fun too. I will say that it is still all Gen 1, and I mean, I've had it suggested that I maybe start incorporating some of the other gens. I might. I don't think I will at this point. Like, I like it being just a Gen 1 thing, self-contained, and then when the time comes, we'll move on to Gen 2. So yeah, you guys can start discussing your strategies if you like, though that vote is not going up for another 12 minutes. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the arm done. So now we just need to get his other little horn done. Excuse me. 2 could be Ninetales. We've already made Ninetales. I'm just going to like help. I'm just going to go pick through and I'm going to help when I spot something that I can just easily correct. This is Gen 1 only, that is correct. What is my favorite video game? Oh, it shifts around a little bit. If the one that I've played the most hours of is Stardew Valley, but I don't know, I like games for different reasons. At the moment I'm playing a lot of Monster Train 2 because it's scratching a nice little strategy itch in my brain, but I also enjoy, I enjoyed the first Hades. I'm looking forward to playing the second one when it's out in full release. I've already got it there waiting. I really liked playing Pokemon Scarlet, actually, when I finally bought it last year, and so I'm looking forward to getting back into that one and finishing off the DLC and that sort of thing. But like, again, that scratches like an exploration itch, whereas like there's also like the combat itch and the strategy itch, and it's like you kind of need different games for different things. I played a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic growing up. Specifically 2, but also 3. I don't like any of the more recent ones, but I really liked 3 and I really liked 2. 2 because I grew up with it, and 3 because it was just good. So I like those. I also like a little bit of Factorio if I'm in a bit of a city building, but that to me like is just a giant puzzle, and I feel like I got to play it with people if I'm playing that one there. Specifically Mr. Bones. We like to build factories. Mr. Bones has a superpower for when it comes to like optimizing stuff and finding like the peak efficiency in a system. So he's fun to play those factory games with because I can be like, I need to make more red signs. He's like, oh, okay, this is what you're going to do. And it's just like, da-da-da-da-da-da. Have we done Rapidash? We have done Rapidash. There we go. If I hurry, I should be able to get this done before the vote. And poor Primeape is just going to be left still not worked on, but even this was good. This was good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. I'm going to take that down for now. You love Stardew? I love Stardew. And like, Concerned Ape is such a, just like, it's really cool always to watch people move through an industry in a way that you can just like really respect. And Concerned Ape is kind of that for me in the gaming industry. So just interesting to observe his choices and his actions and how he makes decisions. Two and 3 around. My goodness, there are some knobbly bits to these pincers. Two. You've never played Stardew and you feel ashamed? Don't feel ashamed. If it's your sort of game, though, my goodness, are you in for a treat? It has become significantly expanded since I first played it, to the point where I don't know if the barrier to entry would be too high for me if I tried to play now. But I do think that, like, yeah, it's definitely a comfort game for me. Hi, Mark. Happy time zone. Being an RPG and MMO fan, big into Super Mario and Sonic. Oh, fun! Yeah, see, I grew up with a Sega, like Sega Mega Drive, a Sega. And it had a few games on it, but like at one point we had Sonic the Hedgehog. I think we just hired it from the local video store for the week or something, but it was fun. Of course, like these days, it's harder to get your hands on those ones. They're not available on Steam or anything anymore because they're worth too much money as their own thing, so they're no longer in the compilations of the old games, which sucks. She said, shouting suddenly out of the blue. Where am I up to? There. Wait, I thought I just did that. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I'm at that row, but did I finish it? Where's my last increase? There. So I did not finish it. I've only done 1 stitch afterwards. And now I need to do 2 more. 1 and 2. All hail landmarks. Love me some landmarks. Sorry, I just glanced up. It's like, plus now you can get a flute that summons your horse if you lose it. Like, how many people are losing their horse? You know what? I don't remember ever playing with actually getting the horse. I don't know. I just always skipped the horse. Didn't seem to be a massive value add for me. I do like that you can put a hat on it. You've got to put a hat on your horse. Also, if you have urchins in one of your fish tanks, you can put hats on them, which is great. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I don't mind cozy games, but to me, don't get me wrong, it's Stardew Valley I enjoy because of the cozy aspect of it, but also it's about what helps relieve my stress. And a big part of that is just having a checklist that I can tick things off of, and often I use it to counteract what's going on in my real life, which is often an ongoing checklist that sometimes I can't tick things off of, and the list just keeps growing. And it's kind of like with these Pokemon here, it's like they stress me out if the list gets too long. So my enjoyment of Stardew is a lot about it being kind of a gamified checklist, and you can tick things off, and just the act of being able to complete tasks helps take some of the pressure off everything else that's going on sometimes. So like, it's about knowing why you enjoy things as well. That's helpful. It's like, I like puzzle games because they make me feel smart. I like fighty games for the same reason everyone likes fighty games. Sometimes shooting things is fun. Yeah. No, like completing lists and collecting all the items in a book and upgrading to get all of the upgrades and getting all the Steam achievements for things. You like how you can put the legendary fish in your fish... Oh, I didn't know you could put them in the fish ponds now. That's very cool. I've been keeping them in tanks. It's been a little bit since I played, but it's very cool. Have a look at Fantasy Life? Okay, awesome. I will add that one to the list. I got a really good recommendation from you guys not that long ago, actually, for Undermine. Just a cute little dungeon crawl. I got a good whack of time out of that one there. Excellent value for what it was. The reviews are accurate. It's grindy, but I kind of like a little bit of a grind in my game, and I do intend to go back and finish it. I just got distracted with Monster Train 2. Should mention it's the second one, the one that just came out. But that's a strategy deck builder, almost tower defender, almost type of game. So that's not for everyone. That's not everyone's cup of tea. They do let you play as little mushroom guys, though. I can complete every to-do list in a game, but not in real life. Yeah, but like sometimes you need the list that's achievable, because sometimes the lists we write for ourselves in real life aren't. Don't get me wrong, that means that we need to go back and review and possibly break down some of those tasks. But just in case, like sometimes you just can't tick things off a list. Sometimes the thing has to stay on there. You have to stay aware of it, but there's nothing you can do about it. And that's where games come in with their wonderful achievable objectives, where if you can't do it, it's probably someone else's fault. You like games where you can just run in and do stuff not related to the story? Yeah, that's kind of how I play Don't Starve. I love having the ability. I don't always play it this way, but I love having the ability to just like crank all of the settings down to like baby proofed, basically, and just like run around exploring the world and poking things I shouldn't. Okay, there we go. All right, we have a new vote starting in 2 minutes. And I will be going on a little break while you guys cast your votes, but I am just relieved to have all of the pieces made now for Pincer and all of the pieces made for Starmie, so thank you guys for that. Power Hour was a success, and unfortunately these two, they're gonna come together when I sew them together. Like, they don't look like much right now. Just you wait. Next week you're gonna see them and you're gonna be like, wow, okay, I get it. They look lumpy and weird right now. I'm sorry, Primate. I'm gonna try and get to you as well, Bob. I just feel bad at this point. This is just sad. He's such a good little fellow. But like, even George is starting to judge us a little bit for this. Oh, he's sad. Okay. Clearing desk. You're trying to 100%, but you're terrible at the Ginger Island? Oh, that's too bad. See, what I do with Stardew is I start a run when I need to. I let it absorb my life for as long as it's there. And then, like, I perfect the game, and then the game's done and it lets me free. So that's the same thing as like whatever activity I'm doing in my free time, it absorbs all of my free time. So I'll be working and then I'll stop working and I'll be doing the free time thing. So like sometimes that's the form of like reading until I fall asleep. Sometimes that's the form of like Stardew Valley until I'm like have to go to bed, and then I wake up, do the stuff that I have to do that day, which is often a good 12 to 13 hours, you know, something like that. And then like carve out an hour or two to like scrape through some of the fun things. Okay, here we go. Well, he is furious. He is indeed. Okay, here we are. At the end of a thought, apparently. Okay, we are voting. That's what we're doing. Here we go. So, I'll pop that back down in the bottom corner. Theme today, for anybody who has missed it. Just swap back to the big screen one. Theme today, for anybody who has missed it, is fancy tails. These Pokemon all have fancy tails. We're doing our best with what's left. And we have less than 20 Pokemon to go. The number's a little bit fudged because of the Soul Silver run, which is running concurrently, and I don't want to do any spoilers. So we have less than 20 Pokemon in Gen 1 to go. We're going to pick one from behind these doors. The colour of the door is the colour of the Pokemon's tail, not necessarily the Pokemon. Okay? Just... some of them are deceptive, and I love that. So let's start this vote, and I will go for a little walk. 1, 2, 3. Nope, there is no 3. 4 and 5. And all right, guys, have fun picking. the back. Ah! Okay, cool. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. You peeked at the sprites and you know what it is. Did I have spoilers on the screen? Hopefully not. Okay, let's close off this vote. I think it was pretty close. Let's have a look. Wow, okay, close, but there was a decide, like, we definitely have a winner. So, number 1 won with 36% of the vote, then came number 2 at 30%, number 4 at 17%, and number 5 at 15%, and y'all are gonna be mad when you see what's behind door number 5, because it is, like, something that gets requested a lot, or at least one vocal person is gonna be mad. But anyway, I've offered it, so it's not my problem. I am going to reveal what all of them were at the end of the stream, but for now we will reveal door 1. Which is the one you have picked. It is this one here. I believe it is potentially their first appearance on stream. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but I thought they only had 1 forehead gem, but this clearly shows 3. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I just burped directly into the microphone. Yeah, I thought he had 1 forehead gem. Why is there 3 on this sprite? So yeah, as you can see, this dark blue color, that is the color of his tail. Told ya, some of them are deceptive. I'm not making this up. There we go. We're making Tauros. You Googled. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, look, it's my favorite Pokemon's mate. Coco, is your favorite Pokemon Miltank? Is that the reference? No, Tobeans? Okay, good. I'm relieved. I do need to check how many forehead gems it's supposed to have, but let's draw us a little Tauros portrait. He is our 132nd, ostensibly. Who knows how many he actually is, but he's at least the 132nd. We have so few Pokemon left. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. It's right there. There he is. There's our boy. You love Miltank? Yeah, okay. Sorry guys, my voice is a little rough. So here, let's scroll on down. Oh hey, there's those chicken legs that Craig from NC was talking about. I don't know if you're still here, but I see them and they're really cool looking. I want some magic erasers. Thank you, everybody. Okay, there we are. Mr. Bones with the butt pics for me. Oh, he's a fun shape. Okay, 3 forehead gems it is. Yep, we made Pikachu. His name was Bolt. That is correct. I'm drawing this guy almost in profile view at the moment, just so I can get a feel for the actual potato we're making, because he's very specific. I almost need to do like the base circles, which is not something I normally have to do. Like this. And there's like a smooth slope underneath, but more of like a shoulder mass and then a dip on top. Like so. He's got the darker piece sits over the top of that. This is not a good portrait. This is far more of a diagram than a portrait. And look, I've almost slid myself completely out of frame. That's new. Yeah, let's get a look at the head here. I think it's just a pretty generic cow-shaped head. He's got some little eyes. Don't know if we'll do safety eyes or not. His nose is a different color just to be difficult. He has his horns. I miss my HB. I'm working with a 4B and the 4B is too dark. And then he has 3 gems on his head, which we'll just stitch on anyway, but it's just interesting to note that there's 3 of them. And I think of him as having 1. Then he has his leggies. I find it pretty hard to draw cow legs, which is funny, because I've seen enough of them. Trying to give him some attitude, some cowtitude. In the end, yeah, he has 3 tails in blue. Current name list, Bulldozer. The pencil's too dark, you can't even see. This should be pretty... This shouldn't be too bad. I reckon this will be pretty easy to accomplish, honestly. As long as we nail that base potato, we should be golden. So the rest are all pretty basic pieces. There we go. We have our boy. So to break this down, we need a potato. Sassy potato though. We need some front legs, which kind of chunky up top. They do have like a knee. I don't know how specific we'll get. It depends on sizing. If we were making him bigger, we'd put more definition into the legs. But because we're probably going to make him pretty small, we don't want to give him too much. It's too distracting and it's just not worth it. It doesn't have a chance to realize itself. But like, I'll draw it in initially anyway. Then back legs. They're pretty standard hind legs, even though I didn't nail the drawing of them up there with the long foot. And we want them to slope into the body, so we would leave them open on top, whereas these front ones probably have a closed off top, so we can have a little stuffing in there, give him a little bulk. I have to decide if I want to do this roughy bit as like topping, or if I want to build it in. Because like I could easily build it in if I started here and just worked backwards. Or we can make a piece that goes over the top. Which actually might be what I do. Just build a separate piece that goes on top. And then the tails, I'll probably work over a long chain. Oh, sorry, I'll probably work over a long tail, I mean. With a little bit at the end. We'll just do 3 of those. The head is the tricky part. So the head, as I mentioned, is a pretty standard cow shape, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily the easiest little bean, because they tend to have tiny little details to them. So there's that, but then from the front, do I have a picture of him from the front anywhere in here? Let's just scroll down a little. Nope, we're good. Okay. It's kind of like this, and then he has like the nose shape that's in a different color. And he is not an ambush predator. And some gems down the forehead, and then he'll need horns as well, which we'll have to do as a separate piece. Which is going to be kind of annoying, but we'll get over it. Okay, I think I have a handle on the pieces, so now we need to pick some colors. So I'm thinking the brown is probably the color we go for here, right? Like he's a brown boy. We're doing a new Pokemon. We're doing Tauros at the moment, book person. He looks like a Viking. Should we give him a Viking name? Oh, we could. Could just make him sleeping so his legs don't have to support him. Oh no, that supporting him is fine. That's not a big deal. 4 legs is a nice structural shape that tends to be quite strong. Accidentally yeeted your hairbrush and startled yourself with the noise it made when they hit the wall. Am I going to put wire in the tails? Nah, they should be relatively self-supporting though. I'll just, like I said, I'll just pull the core that they're worked over the top of and they'll have structure. So, colours. I have brown marble, which I think is actually a really good tone for his scruff. He has blue feet and blue tails. I have Twilight here, which is, when the light shines on it, it's a slightly brighter color. It looks very, very dark on camera, but it's kind of blue. It's just like the color combo up there. I'll just see if I have like a... Okay, there is a darker shade than this. I just don't know if I have an open one at the moment. Hold on. Let me have a scrounge. Because you never want to open a new one if you've already got one started. Or at least I don't. We try to not do that around here. No, I think the time has come for me to open a new one of that. Alright, hold please while I scrounge through the shelves at the back. This colour. Okay, so that one's not Twilight, that must be my Royal. Those are the same colour. It just looks different on the shelf at the back. Okay. I thought that was my Royal Blue, but nope, that's my Twilight. Okay. That's the colour option we have. I say directly facing the wall. So yeah, this is the blue that we have available. Is there a more yellowy tan for the body? The only yellowier tan we have, straight up yellow. You can actually see, oh okay, you can only see two of them. Two of the cubes in the background. Hold on, can I turn you? Hold on, you're going for a trip. There we are. Those are the yarn colours I have. The tan that I've picked out is kind of the yellowiest the tan gets. Hair colour is a bit too cold. I agree with that. This is a very cool brown and this is a very warm brown. So together they don't necessarily look the best. But the only other option I have is we could pull in Latte, which is also a close approximation but is also unfortunately a cool brown. And I don't think looks as good either. I think it's just one of those things. I don't really know. I don't have a solution. We're doing our best, but I don't have a solution. And... ooh. Gotta stop twisting. Because my shoulder doesn't like it. Yeah, because like that's also a cool tone, but it's clearly the wrong shade. You want to name it Bjorn? Light grey. Oh, light grey for the horns. Thank you. We can do that. We have some of that. Scrounge, scrounge. Scrabble, scrounge. I'm so prepared. Can you tell? I think this is the lightest grey I have at the moment. I know there is a lighter grey. I'm just not sure where it is. It's too dark. We're not using that one. We'll use light grey for the horns. Never you fear. Should I see the horns being the piece we make last? So I kind of want to just make a start on what we have at the moment. I think your first body and scruff colours are as good as it gets. The tail colour is iffy though. Yeah. The other option we could use for the tail is a colour called Sax. It's a brighter blue, which might technically match it better, but it's a very bright blue. We can need kind of a dusty blue for it. Oh, I gotta stop turning. Yeah. This is for the hooves. I actually think we use this for Ponyta's and Rapidash's hooves as well. So he will have company. I think that they all have the same colour hooves. I am tempted to change it for black, and it looks like the tail itself might be the orangey colour and it's just the little tuft at the end that's the blue. So I'm going to do what I can to make it look right, even if it's not necessarily following the sprite exactly. Tail's more light purple. Okay. We could use some of our precious resource, but I don't know if I agree with that. Potentially we'll make them grey. I will review as needed. Oh, I'm getting a history lesson. There we go. Tail's more like purple. Okay, we'll cross the tail bridge when we come to it. In the meantime, we can just make a start on our potato. So this is the piece we're making. I'm going to start it from the front and we're going to work back towards the butt as we always do. Turn to a new page in my book here. We would use charcoal. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I do have plenty of that. That could look right. I'll set it aside here and we'll make our decision as we need to. Because I think charcoal, at least for the hooves, might look way more normal than the blue. And sometimes you're just aiming for something that looks correct. Sorry, Abra, you need to teleport yourself off somewhere else. No, don't waste the special purple. I will not. Okay, here we go. Now the question here is, how large do we make him? 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright guys, I feel like I should mention that Mr. Bones is not currently in a position to be recording the names. So you may have to repeat some of these later. It's not because he doesn't like them. It's literally because I can't keep track of them right now, and neither can he. But he'll be back soon, and you may just have to repeat your favorites, okay? Love the workshopping that's happening though. Fluky the Brown. We will not be megapodding him. We're going to try and keep ourselves contained, demure, respectful. But if you like, let's put the options on screen here and I'll let you guys have a say. I'm not saying that I'm going to hold myself to what the outcome of this vote is, but like, you're here and like, it's a question I currently have. It's like purple, blue, or charcoal. Opinions for tail and hooves. So I will plonk them all on the screen, keeping in mind that that's what they actually look like when the light is on them. This blue is weird because it's not quite as bright as it looks there, but it's not quite as dark as it looks there. So I'll pop them at the top of the screen so you guys can see them all right, and feel free to give your opinion, and we'll quantify the opinion, and then I'll decide if I want to listen to it or not. But in any case, it's always helpful for me to like read the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, and around again. Eight, 9. I gotta say, Taurus, I saw that. Taurus really contained, demure, and respectful. No. Actually, you know what? Taurus has become one of my least favorite Pokemon since playing Pokemon Scarlet. You cannot get away from them. I hate them. They're constantly like charging up to you. You're just trying to like, you're just going for a walk. You're not bothering anybody. It's like these guys decide it's their personal vendetta to ruin your day. It's very annoying. I reckon they're the most annoying Pokemon in Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, Bulbapedia says the tail is black. This is not the first time that's happened where the sprite gives like a blue shine to something and it's not actually blue. Honestly, if Bulbapedia says it, we tend to like, well, I tend to default to it as a source of truth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, cool. We're up to 18 around. He's so small. If I made that, he's like, that's sort of like the big side. This is almost to scale. Can you imagine if he was like this big? We should start writing this down though. That's the responsible thing to be doing. Really would be such a shame if we didn't write anything down. We'll go up to 24. That's it. That's the big side is 24. Yeah, getting caught in a herd of them every time you get away from one, another one attacks. It's annoying, I agree. The Pokemon puzzle you did, they were a dark blue-grey. Yeah, but I'm wondering if they're just giving them like a blue sheen. Because for the same reason I don't tend to crochet a lot of things in black. It's just, black doesn't photograph well. It doesn't show up well on camera. And so like giving something like a blue highlight can make a big difference. And if that's the case, we'll go with charcoal and it'll kind of like resolve both. Nah, Taurus are Gen 1. But I can see where the confusion comes from. Like for me, Gens 2 through 4 are kind of one just lump of a generation, and anything after Gen 4 is also just like everything else. But Gen 1 I tend to remember quite distinctly. It's going to be interesting for me as we move through the other gens, because I'm going to have a harder and harder time remembering what we're up to. I think Ferdinand the Bull is a children's book reference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Cool. It's about like from memory, like a very quiet, peaceful bull that the other bulls kind of, that was like made fun of, but he ends up like protecting the flock of sheep or something. He protects them from something, like a wolf. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, that is the tall side of our bull. And now we're going to do a bunch of single crochet. 4, 5 rows, something like that. Oh, it got made into a movie as well. Okay, there you go. Yeah, a fighting bull that doesn't want to fight. Almost midnight, and you're going to swim early in the morning because it's hot in California, so good night and good luck with the names. Oh yeah, night Savvy Banani. Thanks for hanging out. Scarlett had the annoying thing where opening the menu inventory did not pause the world around you, so you're just minding your own business meanwhile you're getting surrounded. Yeah. I might be mixing up Lambert, the sheepish lion, and Ferdinand. You're correct. Well, yeah, admittedly in my head they're the same character, but you're correct, they are two different things. That said, I found it interesting that Pokemon Scarlet was such a major departure. Like, I hadn't played a game in a couple of generations, right? The last one I tried to play had been Sun and Moon, and I hated how on rails it felt. The whole thing played like a tutorial for hours and hours and hours, and I just gave up in the end. Twice. But then I came back with Pokemon Scarlet, and it was interesting to me that it was such a major departure, because such a huge part of all of the games I'd played up to that point, including the Soul Silver run we're currently playing, is the actual battling mechanic and the battling the wild Pokemon and the, you know what I mean? Like the leveling up process. Whereas like with Pokemon Scarlet, it's almost an afterthought. It's like you're just running around and your Pokemon are gaining levels and you're not even really actively part of that process, if that makes sense. At least that's how it felt for me. I know that you can probably turn a setting off so it's less like that, but I'm someone who, I don't play with mods and I don't like muck around with game settings the first time I play through a game. I like to experience it the way the creator puts it out into the world a little bit. So it was just very odd to me how little battling was actually involved with that game, to the point where like your Pokemon level up way higher than you'd normally level Pokemon, because like in the main games that I'm used to playing, your Pokemon will kind of reach level 40, level 50, whatever you needed for the Elite Four, and that's kind of where they'd stop. Whereas like I think I accidentally had a couple of Pokemon up to level 100 and Scarlet just from walking around. I do love how open world it was. I don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed it. It was just weird because it didn't feel like a Pokemon game to me almost. Well, Lambert the Sheepish Lion has an animation as well. I can even, like, there's a little song. I don't know if it's a Disney one though, but I know there's a little song that goes with it. Yeah, I just love running and exploring. I agree with that totally. But then I love Pokemon Snap as well, and so Pokemon Scarlet was like, yeah, like Pokemon Snap. I don't know how I feel about what's happening with the Switch 2 at the moment though, so I'm holding off. I was a very late adopter of the regular Switch, and so like I'm fine waiting a couple of years for all of like the bugs to be worked out of the system and for everyone to have the arguments that need to be had as to what's happening with the Switch 2. But for now, I'm just chugging along with my Switch 1. I got my Pokemon on there. I have a couple of other games. It's good. Okay, in October I might have to review that decision depending on what platform it comes out on. That's the one, Puppy Mint Mocha. Alright, night, not Martini. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, and bye, Angry Bear Ironworks. Good night to everybody who's splitting off at this point. It makes sense. The DLC for Scarlet added some more difficulty. Well, I have the DLC. I just don't think I've gone and done it yet. Changed your name suggestion to Asbjorn. Okay. There will come a point where I'll ask for the names again, and we'll gather them all up. You got the Switch in 2020? Yeah, I got mine. I had it for a while. I think I got it in like 21 or 22. And then I only literally got Pokemon in August last year, or July last year. It was like the day before my pipe exploded. And then I just played Pokemon and disassociated really hard for about a week. Excuse me. Alright, so that is 4 rows so far. He's gonna be such a little bean. What have I done? Okay, we're back. Sorry. I'm losing my voice a little bit again. It seems to be happening at the end of stream these days. We're not done yet, don't get me wrong. I bet. Yeah, I'm just comfy waiting for the platform to like resolve its problems and then we'll get one. Oh, he's so small though. I think we do one more row and then we start narrowing off at the top. He's small so Tater Tot can ride him. He's small enough that Tater Tot might eat him. Steak and Tater Tots. Although I got to admit, the next platform that I'm thinking about getting, or platform, you know what I mean, the console, the next console type of thing that I'm thinking about getting is honestly just a Steam Deck. They're kind of pricey compared to other devices, but I actually think I might get more value out of it. I don't know. It's just something I'm thinking about. Because like being able to play my Steam games when I'm not, like, it's rough because I do a lot of my work at my computer with like streaming and editing and all of that stuff, and then also having it be like the place I go for my leisure is a bit rough. It's a bit hard to switch mental states sometimes. So being able to like play the games when I'm away somewhere else, or even just in a different room of the house, could be kind of nice. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ferdinand is also in Babe. Okay, cool. Your only game systems are a PS4 and your iPad? Yeah, I missed the whole PlayStation thing. Prior to getting my Switch, my most recent one was a 3DS. Yeah, so like I tend to like skip a couple of generations. Even a tater tot needs to feel big and scary sometimes. Unless the game comes out that I really want, can't see me getting a Switch 2. As the size is about the only thing that's changed that concerns me. Frame rate means nothing to me. Yeah, I was like, I concur with that. It's just like, unless something specifically comes out that like I really, really want, I'm probably just going to skip a generation like I do with every other console. I'm concerned about the bricking news that I've been hearing, but again, just going to let that battle play out and see what happens. Ferdinand the duck? No! Ferdinand's a bull. And 6. Just like, I love the fact that a new Pokemon game will be coming out, so everyone, like, all the online people will be jumping on it and putting out their content for the new game and trying to ride that wave, and I'm just going to be like, so, episode 14 of Soul Silver, who's in? I have a 3DS that I believe still works. I have a 3DS Lite that I haven't... Oh, no, wait, it's a DS Lite, not a 3DS Lite. I have a DS Lite that possibly still works, but prior to that I had a Wii. Just how I've kind of arrived at the idea of like, maybe I get the Steam one if I'm planning in the future to get a new console of some kind. Because like, between the big expensive devices that just never seem to last more than a year or two, I do it all on computer, right? It's the computer that's the good one. Like, that's where all of my games are. As for the bricking thing, I've heard some rumors. There's rumors out there about patch updates basically shutting down Switch ones. I don't know how much of it's actually real, but the idea is that like basically on the day that the Switch 2 became active and ready to play, there's a lot of controversy around how that's all being operated. The Switch ones have encountered an odd new technical difficulty that's stopping people able to play. It's a whole lot of conspiracy surrounding it. I was referencing it. I don't know enough about it to actually have a proper opinion about it. You still use your Wii? I think mine melted. Yeah, so there's no need to rush. I agree. And even then, I'm somebody who has to like mentally spend the money months in advance to get comfortable with the idea of spending any amount of money over about $50. Why are Taurus tails ends furry? Because he's got tufts. He's got a cow tail. Cow tails look like that. They have like the bone and the muscle, and then they have a tuft at the end. They have a tuft. It's not neat like that. It tends to be like kind of... It looks exactly like Taurus's. It's just Taurus is a longer and noodlier. I put it on the shelf when I got my first laptop and it's been there ever since. Fair. Been so addicted to Guitar Hero, but every time you go back it's still amazing. Yeah, like I don't regret getting the Switch because I basically got it so I could play Pokemon Snap, and no regrets. No regrets. I love that game. I love just cruising around in a level, just not even taking photos sometimes just there to go on a nice little tour and just see the Pokemon doing Pokemon things. That's what we really want in life. We just want to be part of the world. Oh, night Rachel, thanks for hanging out. Hi Mr. Bones. Alright guys, if your name suggestion isn't on Mr. Bones' current list, you can feel free to pitch it again. There's been a lot of Viking names. Okay, now we just got to work him a little booty. Oh, actually, what's that poll doing? 15. I forgot about it. Sorry, guys. Thank you for registering your opinions, though. It looks like you guys pretty overwhelmingly think charcoal's the way to go, and I'm inclined to agree. Honestly, I do think I agree with that. So that was one row of 15. I think we do at least one more. How much booty does a bull have? It's the questions that you just never think you'll have to ask yourself, but here we are. So I kind of think that that's enough. I don't feel like he has much more than that anyway. Oh, he's so small. Oh, I'll squish him with the cute aggression. So that's 2. And then I think we're just closing off at this point. So single crochet and a decrease around, and then we'll do 5 decreases. And we've ended up as base 5, and that's fine. It's fine, it's close enough. Oh, actually. We won't do base 5. We'll give him, like, we're going to round it off a little bit more. And just see if we like that better. It's going to be subtle. I don't think it's even going to be really that noticeable. But this will take us down to 12 instead of down to 10. And then we're back to base 6, which is fine. Okay, I'll take some more stuffing. Yum, 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 yum. The same, you have to feel mentally ready to spend money for unessential stuff. The battle with yourself on the Lego Titanic, yeah. Yeah, whenever Lego releases new stuff, I'm just like, oh no. Currently I'm battling myself over the maple tree they put out because I love it, right? I think it's so, so pretty, but I'm just like, I don't have the rest of the other trees and plants that they put out. I have one bouquet, which I love, but then I also got their little succulent ones and I didn't care for it. Like they're fine, but they don't have the same kind of magic to me as some of their creaturey ones do. But then I also just like the maple tree, and so maybe it's fine that I like the maple tree, but do I like the maple tree $80? Or is it more of like a $40 like, and see if I can get it half price somewhere, but Lego doesn't do that, so therefore I do not like the maple tree enough. You know, and like I know that they have, I can't remember what it was now, but they had some sort of creature, I think it was a toucan. They have a toucan coming out that I really want. And I saw one there that was like a flamingo axolotl and then like some sort of pink bird, and I'm just like, do I love this axolotl enough? And the answer was no. I did not love the axolotl enough, but I am pretty keen for the toucan. I think the toucan looks pretty fancy. I like my stuff creaturey. Hi, Duchess Cassandra. We are still live. It's been about 4 hours. It's not too bad. We've been averaging about 5 recently, so that's pretty good. There is our Tauros bean. I think we're going to make the scruff next so that we have it to layer on. Which is basically the same pattern again. It's just at a certain point we'll stop and do some picots or something around it. We kind of want it to sit smooth at the top kind of want it to sit over this side and then down the front a little bit. I just need to draw this a slightly different shape because it kind of goes down like this. From the side, that's like that. So we'll start it here from behind where the head will go, and I'll work it up in rings, and then we'll decide how we want to handle the front of it. Finish off, and then I'm just going to call this the scruff. I'll probably call it the bib or the chest ruffle or something in the pattern, but for now it's just going to be called the scruff. Oh yes, I gotta say, the Bugs Lego, I got that one there. That one was worth it for me. As soon as I saw it, I knew I wanted it, and then when I managed to get my hands on it, yes. So that was the butterfly, the rhino beetle, and the praying mantis. I have no regrets on that set. It was a wonderful set, and it made me so, so happy. See, like, I know that they do a lot of, like, buildings and vehicles and stuff, and it's just like, I can honestly say I don't get it. That's fine. Like, I get that they're for people. I'm sure people here love them. I see someone, yeah, there we go. You really want the Shire Lego set. Perfect. A great example of it. It's just like, I don't feel the urge. It's just like, whenever I see them do like creatures, I know that there's like a chance of them doing some like fantastic frogs as one of their ideas sets. And I'm really excited for that. Like the idea of getting to make some little frogs. Like, yeah, give me that. Want. But like, they do a cool building. I'm just like, that's a cool building. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I loved the bug set. So happy to be able to get my mitts on it. And I just love how like the joy of discovery is you build them as well, because some of them don't photograph well, but they look a lot better in person. Like the tiger, I have this giant tiger of theirs, and they've used a little flower piece under its tail to be its little batole. And I think that's really fun. And when you build it up, you literally build up like a red center, and then like there's white pieces, and then you build the fur over the top of that. So like you're literally, it feels like you're building it up from like organs and bones and stuff. It's like that kind of attention to detail is great. I am so excited for the Pokemon Lego collab that's meant to be coming out next year. I'm so excited for it. I probably won't get whatever they're doing. The likelihood of me getting them all is very, very low. But if there's a Gyarados, sold. And there's a couple of others that I would be tempted. Like if they do a really cool big Magikarp, I'm gonna get it. we're gonna get our mitts on that. But like any of the starters, I'm not super like, and the Pikachus, I'm just like I can kind of live without those ones there. But like if any of my like a Gengar even, I would be very heavily tempted with. Yeah. Wow, someone's keeping some in boxes as investments for his kid. I recently threw my boxes away because I realized 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, sorry. I realized not only did I not have room for them, but I don't like the idea of treating something that's bringing me joy as something that I'm just using as an investment. I don't know if that makes sense. To me, the joy is in the building, the playing, and the having. Whereas, like, I fully understand that there is, like, a monetary value attached to some of these kits, particularly now that I've gotten some of the ones that have retired. And, like, arguably I should have kept the boxes for resale or whatever, but because I have no intention to sell, it just feels so moot. I'm really excited because one of my nibblings looks like they might become a Lego kid. Oh, it's so on if they become a Lego kid. I will shower that child in Lego. You prefer CK's Bugsmas set? Fair enough. You're nervous that the Lego Pokemon sets are going to be like the Mario sets, more like a play set than actual creatures. True, but undoubtedly there'll be that as a component, but there's a pretty good chance that we'll get like a proper grown-up something. You know what I mean? Like the ones that aren't designed as like play sets, the ones that are designed to build and have. Like they've done it with so many of like Marvel like hero heads, and even with a bunch of the dinosaur skeletons and that sort of thing. Like they've got some like big presentation pieces. Like surely we'll get at least one from the Pokemon world, and if they make a Gyarados one, I might die. I might just expire on the spot. I'm speaking it into existence. I want it so badly. But you know what? Almost more than Gyarados, I want a Magikarp like elevated to that level, because there's something so hilarious to me about taking the fish and turning it into like this massive presentation piece that takes hours to build and costs silly amount of money. It's like, yes, do it to the fish. That's what we all really want. Give us the carp. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. Okay, cool. So that's 18 around. Growing nicely. I might have to start using half double crochets on one side of this to help it grow faster, which I don't love, but it is a technique and it does work. It is effective. So we'll go 3 single ink single. No, wait. Yeah, okay, fine. Yep, those are all the options. Oh. The scroll there is almost unintelligible. Surely at least one 18 plus set. That's what I mean. It's just like they'll pick one at least and they'll give it a really cool model. I'm gonna guess that they'll probably do either Pikachu or they'll do the 3 starters as like separate kits. But you know what? Recently they've been doing a lot more themed Creator 3-in-1s. Like you can get like an old-fashioned rotary phone that can also make a brick satellite phone and a more modern flip phone out of it. And there was another one as well that was like, oh, it was like a Walkman, an MP3 player, and a record player or something like that. I can see a world where they try and do like Creator 3-in-1s that are like Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur. And I think that's a really cool idea, and they'd be absolutely missing the boat if they don't at least try and explore that as a concept. Because like the brick colors would be the same. It wouldn't take that many extra pieces, and oh my goodness, can you imagine? Yeah, just that's it. That's my opinion on that. It's just like, I really want some 18 plus kits of like a cool display model, but some Creator 3-in-1s of Pokemon that evolve. Ugh. Keep doing singles instead of half doubles. Back we go. So yeah, I'm trying to save up as much Lego money as I can right now. I'm trying not to go over the top. I'm not trying not to go overboard, because I want permission from myself to go a little silly when the Pokemon ones come out, because I feel like they're the kind of thing that you're going to have to know ahead of time that you want them. There's no time to like see them and then think about it for a while. If you want them, I feel like you're going to have to like act. Oh, an Eevee would be a good one as well. I can see them doing something with the Eeveelutions. Like, they are too fan favorite to be neglected in a development. Like, forgive me, but there's probably no chance of Tauros getting a moment in the sun with something like this, but the Eevees probably stand a pretty good chance. There is a movable Gyarados set by Mega too. Yeah, but for some reason I just don't like the look of the Mega ones. Like, I look at them and they feel like interesting objects, but they just don't have the same appeal for me. I don't know what it is. We may need a building stream. I will give you the building stream of your dreams should this happen. This will happen. I will make sure everyone knows it'll be a building stream beforehand, so that there's no like disappointment. We don't like disappointment. But yeah. Because I will be trying to claim at least a part of them as a tax deduction. It's a business tool. I used it to generate income. They'll sell out fast. They will. That's what I mean. It's like, you're going to have to know you want them before they release. You'll have to probably pre-order a lot of them, would be my guess. Your issue with 3-in-1s is you'd want 3 of them so you can have one in every phase. Don't think people won't do it. They absolutely will. I already struggle a little bit with that. Like, currently I've been resetting all of my 3-in-1s because I'm a huge fan of the Creator 3-in-1s. They feel like value to me, and I like having like an activity to change what they are. So I have a few of them up there, and currently most of them are set to their bird form because I was just like, I want birds, and so I changed a bunch of them to their birds. Three in one with an evolutionary line could work well with that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I can see them doing it with like Bulbasaur, Venusaur, and Ivysaur, because like they are similar enough that I feel like it kind of really naturally kind of does it. Some of them as they evolve are a little bit much, but like at least the starters I can see them doing it. Oh, okay. Lockstin did a video not too long ago about Lego versus Mega Bloks and how the Lego sets will be different. I know that there are a lot of competitor brick companies starting to form out there now. And like, I have tried some of the kits from like Kmart. I can't remember what even the name of those ones are. So like, don't get me wrong, I think part of it is me falling for like the austerity of a brand name, but also I've just always had so much of a nicer experience with Lego than I have with any other like brick assembly set. I haven't tried a lot of the new ones, let's just be clear there. But like with Lego, it's not even a nostalgia thing for me because I didn't play with it as a kid, but with Lego there's almost like this surety of like the pieces will all be there and they will all fit together, and they won't, like, it kind of removes this level of frustration that nano blocks, for example, has a little bit of frustration. They don't lock together properly, or there's bits missing, or you know, that kind of thing. And so like when you buy the other kits, you kind of have to like be ready for the fact that like there probably will be interruptions to the fun, whereas like with Lego I've never had to deal with that. So yeah, that's my take on the whole thing. This is coming together quite nicely, by the way. So this is 12 single crochet, and then I kind of need to like narrow this part down or lengthen it a little. I could turn here, but I kind of want to just go round one more time. You'll get Lego sets so you can build stuff too. Yeah, well, I don't know how I'll go on a building stream because it's a bit of a different activity, but I'm happy to give it a go. And it gives me like permission to get them, if that makes sense. Sometimes I need external permission. This is you guys authorizing me to make the purchase. Lego lost the patent on the brick design, so everyone can use the system now. Ah, okay. That's why Lego branched out into different IPs to keep themselves individual and interesting. Like, I will say that I am very aware that when Lego is licensing other IP, like with their Jurassic Park sets or their Star Wars sets, it's just like they are so much more expensive for what they are. And so like I'm vividly aware that any Pokemon sets are going to be way more expensive than what they are. And I'm already just like, I'm doing the mental legwork to come to grips with that ahead of time because I'm gonna want at least one of them, and I'm preparing for that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do doubles here. Maybe even doubles there. Maybe even we can do 2 doubles together like this. That'll give us a nice point. And we'll just do regular doubles, and then some like half doubles, ending in a single. Okay, I'm gonna give that a go. Single. Lego had their system where all their pieces, no matter how old, will always fit together, and instead of making a mold for a specific shape, they used molds of shapes they already had to make them unique. Like the flowers, one of the pieces was a broom. Yeah, no, I loved that, but I really liked the Birds of Paradise set, but I unfortunately missed it. And I was on, I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. There's like a online brick store where you can buy individual bricks. I downloaded the instruction manual for this Birds of Paradise set, and I was looking up individual bricks just to try and price it up to see if it was worth it. And they did have some custom pieces which are unfortunately not available to just purchase, and so they were key enough that I couldn't make it work, even if I could have justified the cost of buying it that way, because it was more expensive than just buying the kit would have been. So yeah, it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things. Because like it's not just the brick system. As I mentioned, it's part of it is like knowing that you're going to be happy with the outcome and that all of the pieces will be there. You're kind of buying that surety. But I'm also not here to shill for Lego. Like if there was a cheaper brick system that was doing as good of a job, I'm there. So it's also about the designs they come up with as well. I do like the Lego aesthetic. Blue bricks are amazing. Okay, that's cool. I've not heard of them. It's a good one for me to look out for. You stopped buying from them because they were always missing parts, couldn't enjoy them anymore. Oh, okay, wow, I've not experienced that. You enjoyed Mega and Loz so much more, so many good companies out there with great quality. Good. That's good. Competition makes for better things for everyone. And done. Slip stitch there. I think that's what we want. I don't know if I've nailed it, but we've done our best. Because like this allows me to give it a little squish and form whatever I want the shape to be at the front. So we'll put it on like a little chest toupee. All of my pins are currently in Starmie. Gotta do some sewing. We'll do the sewing later. It's fine. Oh good, I didn't write that down. Let's write that down. C to HTC and single. Well, let's just call that slip stitch at the end. It's fine. Cool. There is a huge process to get unique pieces commissioned because of that rule. I missed something. Sorry. He looks a little like a wonky acorn. He's doing his best. Yeah, so he's got his little chest fluff. What do you guys reckon? Should we make some tiny little legs next? They're just going to be little sticks. Okay, and we all agreed the charcoal was the way to go. And they're going to be the silliest little straws ever. At this size, he's turned out unexpectedly small. So at this size, there's going to be like no room at all for any shaping on these legs. It's going to have tube legs. Oh, happy time zone, Clary. A taupe toupee, indeed. A taupe toupee. Veritably. Golly, how little are these feet? They're so small. I think they're just the magic ring in that color, honestly. My goodness. Front legs. Grey, magic ring 6, and then brown. We'll do it in the bloops. 6 single crochet. Okay, my brown's buried under here somewhere. There it is. Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6. My goodness, tiny little straws. Okay, and sorry guys. Then we'll just do some rows. It's not really a mini potting. I just think that he's a big creature that we're packing into a small package. So I think he's going to seem a reasonable size when lined up with the others. It's just for what he is, he's going to appear teeny tiny. It's kind of like if I made Gyarados the size of Caterpie, it would feel like a mini potting. But actually it's just that we've made him a normal size when he feels big. 7, 8, 9. No, I'm just thinking instead of it like a steak, he's more of a meatball. Welcome back, Daiquiri. It's so small. 28. Sorry guys, 29. Got a count going on. That's 30. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 rows. And I think that's about as big as he can handle. He's just a little guy. Look at his little foot. Can you imagine if I attached them up here and he was just like waka 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 waka. Hi Mitch, happy time zone to you too. You're so small. They're not long enough just yet, but they're very cute. Get in there. Oh, Night RM McFrew, thank you for hanging out. I kind of like the name Meatball too. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I just used a stitch marker, I wouldn't have to count, but it's all the way over there. 8, 9, tiny trotters. 10, 11, 12. It's just such a little straw. Oh, how's that? Is that better? Is that a longer leg for you? I'm trying to keep the screams of joy to a minimum, but I think that's his leg. Snip. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, hi Hopi. It has been a little while. Okay, one little leg. You know what? I'm making dupes. I'm breaking my dupes rule. We're going to make the duplicate legs. Oh, hi Nat. We found him. I couldn't show you last week. He was just on top of my computer the whole time watching and laughing at me. He's always adorable. He's so little. His tiny trot is for his movement. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. He's just a little meatball. Alright, we're making the other leg right away because I have to see. I have to see the boy. He must be formed. He doesn't even have a head yet. How is this cute? How is this adorable? He doesn't have a face. Oh my goodness, the 9mm safety eyes are going to be way too big. I'll work out what to do when we get there. Okay. And then we do a bloop row. Those bloops are doing some pretty heavy lifting regarding the shaping, because otherwise this is literally just a tube of 6 single crochet. But we do that one row in the back loops and it gives a little bit of definition to that hoof at the bottom, and it just really brings it all together. I'm gonna have to sew eyes, I agree. That's fine though. We will adapt, we will adjust. I'm not using a stitch marker, I'm just gonna go. We'll make them roughly the same length, it'll be fine. Four, 5, 6. Yeah, he's eyeballing you. Hi.
Hey, pretty lady.
What's up?
I was just outside and I was thinking.
Okay.
And Nat, don't listen to this.
Oh no.
What if you put eyelids on Caterpickle?
Okay. Make your pitch.
Look at him.
Yep.
Now imagine angry eyelids.
Yeah, okay, I get it. I see it. I see the vision. Okay, doesn't look much like him, but this is Caterpickle, right? And now just imagine he Angie. Grr. Oh, Mitch is listening to Dungeon Daddy Season 1 now. Excellent. Gosh, I'm such an influencer, getting a couple of people to listen to a podcast or read a book. But seriously, these are good things I am recommending. They are entertaining. Is he liking it so far? I hope so. Hope so. I would hate to have wasted somebody's time with a recommendation. Grr. I have a name, but I can't say it on stream. He would be Angie for the right reason. Fair. He is the people's champion, after all. He righteous Angie. Oh, and you just got the first Dungeon Crawler Carl book. I need to go and find some hardcovers before they're no longer available. I have been waiting. I did the Kickstarter for Dungeon Crawler Carl. I got like the super special, like illustrated, beautiful, wonderful, lovely thing, right? And I've never supported a Kickstarter before, but I supported this one. And we're still waiting for the books to arrive because all kinds of things have caused problems with it. But I have faith because I have trust that the author will do the right thing by us. But if it was anyone else, I'd be feeling like I'd basically been scammed at this point. But I know that's not the case. It's just the way that these things go. They just take their time. But in the meantime, I want to go source the others while they're still available so that I can have the matching ones. I want them so bad because the Inevitable Ruin is due out soon. They've just released the cover art for it. I'm just like, they're gonna stop stocking the others in hardcover and you will have missed out and you will be sad. Do not be sad. Because like up until that point, I've just been waiting to make sure that I can at least get matching covers for everything. And I feel like we can be pretty sure that we'll get matching covers for them at this point. Whereas like up until now, don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed the cover art of the original paperbacks that were released, but I've been stung before with non-matching sets and I like my books to match. Don't get me wrong, they are not just for form, they are there for function. But function is also allowed to match. Oh my goodness, look at his little legs. He's just gonna be, I like you, cause you got that something that I need. Can we name him after Rocky Mountain? You want to call him Oyster Boy? Caterpickle having a catagrumble. Yeah, books are both. I agree. Now, that said, if you're someone, this is like, I don't normally take hard stances here on the channel, but I'm about to call some people out. If you're someone who thinks that you should turn the spines of your books inwards so that the shelf looks consistent as you're just staring at the pages, you're wrong. Nothing makes me angrier faster than that as an interior design trick of like, turn your books around to present a neutral palette for the room. I'm just like, go. Start running now. Just no. Absolutely not.
Turning the books around so
Yeah,
you can't
I'm
read
out of
the
pins.
spines.
They're all gone.
So
Sorry.
you can't read the spines.
Yeah.
You only see the pages.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's not how you sort books. Everyone knows the correct way to sort books is by colour. So they form a nice rainbow.
Get out. Get out. Get. Mr. Bones triggering me with my second least favourite book option, which also has come up recently on an interior design thing, which is, as he said, arrange them by colour to form a pleasant rainbow. Now that works if you're maybe if we're talking about like children's picture books, right? And they're learning colours and so they're learning how to find things. But if you are sorting your books by colour, you are wrong. You're wrong. That's the point, Nat. You don't know which book is which. The whole point is that these are people who don't have books for book reasons. They have books for stuff reasons. And that is... You've seen worse, painted over shelves of books? No! Alphabetical by author's surname, subgrouped by genre. Like, there's the reading books and the reference books, and they are allowed to be different things. Yeah, sorry, it's a rage thing. It's just like, immediately 0 to 100, Angie. Angie CK. So that was the front legs done. Let's move on to the back legs. I haven't made the head yet, but he's so cute. Look, you can just tell he's adorable. Look at his little legs. He's got to have just these tiny little... Oh. Now, I don't... Okay, look. There's a difference between breaking a spine and folding corners down on purpose to vandalize the book and somebody who is just like so into this book or who has read it so many times that just like it has become worn. And there is a loveliness in a worn book that I do not want to dismiss the same way as like turning the book around so you can't see it. Like, that's different. But there's a difference between like casual disregard for the care of the book and loving something until it falls apart. Those are different scenarios. 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can't just rush to a snap judgment on the broken spine, for example, of a book, particularly if it's a big book being read by somebody who has like hand mobility issues or something. Like, these are scenarios that happen. You cannot just immediately judge the book by its cover, as it were. That said, you will not catch me folding down the corners of my pages. I agree. That is sacrilege. I'm not against colour grouping within a sensible category. Oh yeah, but what we're talking about here is colour grouping ignoring like series numbers and ignoring genre and ignoring author altogether. We're talking about literally prioritizing rainbow over any kind of sense. Yeah. Happy time zone! Honestly, your books aren't sorted by author because you keep buying themed sets so the covers work really well as long as the set remains intact. Okay, that might be a different kind of scenario. I don't think that's the rage bait that I'm talking about necessarily. Because like it sounds like you're keeping collections together, which is different to dismantling things out of reading order for the point of chaos. Mr. Bones, no! I will. Duchess Cassandra, no. I let someone borrow a book and she proudly told me she broke my spine for me so it's easier to read. No! Sorry, that just reminds me of, I used to have one of the very first Pokemon Pokédex books that came out back when there was only Gen 1. I was in primary school. I was really proud of this book. I spent hours drawing the Pokemon from its pages. I lent it to a friend in primary school and I got it back a month later. It didn't have a cover anymore. It had been soaked and torn and I never made another friend again. No, it wasn't that bad. But like, you know what I mean? Like, you're kind of just like, oh, okay, I get it now. You don't lend things if you ever want them back. So yeah. No one is allowed to borrow books from you ever again. Yeah, I get it. But like, I'm happy to recommend those books. But no, don't touch these. These are my books. Yeah, you do have one single book that's 20 years old that's absolute terrible shape from reading too many times and bringing with you in your bag or backpack too many times. But see, that's what I mean. It's just like, I could not look at that book and immediately judge you because I know that there is plenty of reasonable situations where that book ends up looking like that. Plus, the book might be a rescue. You never know. That book might have been saved from a grandparent's bookshelf or a library sale or a secondhand bookstore. It's just like, that book could be a rescue. You could be doing a good thing. Tiny little back legs, stop. My goodness, I can't. I don't even know how many rows I've done. I just know I've done the adorable amount. I think I have to, oh no. Sorry. I haven't written down anything to do with these back legs. I just need a second to catch up on my notes. Brown. Bloop. Single crochet, and then I think I've done 2 rows so far. I think we'll do 3, and then I'll have to like increase a little bit for a little bit of a thigh, because he needs something. You can't just have little straws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, rescue books may not be the prettiest, but should be just as loved as all the others. Exactly, and that's what I mean. It's just like, if I see someone facing their spines in, or like with a rainbow coated bookshelf, I'm going to be able to judge them immediately on who they are as people. That does not mean that they are to be dismissed as people. It just means that I'm going to like not trust them to look after anything. No, but you know what I mean. You get an immediately sense of who they are as people. But you see that one beat up book on a shelf, and you can't immediately read into what that is as a person. Pun excused. It's just like, that could be a well-loved book. It could be a rescue. They could be highly destructive, and you shouldn't lend books to them. You don't know just at face value from that book, and that is just all I am referencing. 2 single crochet, 2 increases, 2 single crochet. Honestly, I find borrowing books from other people intensely stressful, because I'll only open them like this much because I'm so afraid of leaving any lines whatsoever on the spines. Whereas like on my own books, I don't mind opening them up to a comfortable width. It's just you don't crack the spines, you know? And there's also actually why I have a preference for hardcovers. They're a little harder to hold up, a little harder to like read in bed or whatever, because of the extra weight of them, but you don't have to, a lot of them are like sewn bindings, so you don't have to worry about like breaking the spines. You do have to worry about protecting the dust jackets, but that's a whole other line of stresses. I am personally team remove dust jacket while book is being actively read, but I understand that that's possibly a controversial take. Oh goodness, tiny little leg. I don't think that leg gets much bigger than that, honestly. I think that's just it's just a tiny little leg. We possibly need to do like some decreases at the back. So we'll do some more increases at the front. Here, hold on. We'll do a decrease, and then a single, 2 increases, single, and a decrease. That'll just like slant the leg for us a little bit. Yes, remove dust jacket. Don't get me wrong, I have that thick plastic that covers the dust jackets of some of my art books, but that's because like whenever you want to reference something, you don't really want to like carefully remove a dust jacket and then like reference it and then just put the dust jacket back on. Reading is a little bit different to just like a reference book. So my reference books just have like the thick plastic stuff, not sticky plastic, that's something else, but like thick plastic stuff around the dust jacket to protect it. But it's a trick I learned from working in a bookstore. But yeah, my reading books, if I'm lucky enough to have hardcover versions with removable dust jackets, those dust jackets come off. Okay, and oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think, I don't know. It's just, do I need to do another row? I don't want it to be like a big thing. I kind of just want it to like blend into the side. So I think that's where we leave the tiny trotter. I think it's done. It's just so small. I don't know how we're making a head. I think it's a miracle that we've managed to make legs an appropriate size. I don't know how we're going to do this. I'm low-key panicking a little bit. It'll be fine, but it's so small. I am literally pinching pins from the second tortoise right now. Desperately need to do sewing before I can do any other project, so I know what I'm doing this evening. How do you tell your mother not to call me your first thing on a Sunday because you're watching your stream? Well, it depends on how you value your relationship with your mother. Okay. He's so small. It's just, how is he cute without a head? I don't understand. Okay, we need to do face. We need to do face. It has to be a very small face. Tiny little moo. It's basically to scale with this. So we will start in our brown, because he has the little brown nose. And we're going to do our best. That's how we're going to do. Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, half double, 1, half double, 1 and 2. Let's see how we like that. I'm using half doubles there just to give it a slight lift on either side. We're just going to see if we like it. Yeah. Yeah. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. So that means there's 7 around. We've got a little bit of a little shape to it. It's the very tip of his little nose. So we should have changed colour in the last stitch of that. Hate changing colours in the magic ring. Have to do it a lot these days. We are playing some yarn chicken, but I have another ball of it, so it's not really serious yarn chicken. I should probably just put this aside for assembly, but we're still just going to do the thing. So we're going to do 7 single crochet around. No bloop nonsense this time. We're just going to stitch it. 1, 2. Does he have ears? He has no ears. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Best case scenario. Love it when they don't have ears. My dude has made some choices, and that's fine. You have a question about making critters for something? Could I check with you and see if you agree just in case? Yeah, sure. In general, I'm pretty okay with people using the patterns for whatever, as long as they're not selling the actual patterns. But if you're not comfortable asking in a public sphere, you could send the message to Mr. Bones on Discord and he will relay it to me. Tiny snoot. Okay, then we'll do 7 again. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we'll increase just a little increase. Tiniest little increase, baby increase really. Yeah, just do a little increase in the middle of the face just to help us out a little bit. What number have we completed now? All right, we have this is number 132 that you guys know about, but we have less than 20 to go. Like, we have 19 that you guys know about, maybe slightly less than that. I'm trying to be vague because of the Soul Silver run. So yeah, we're down to our last 20. I actually want to ask here so that I don't give you extra work if I have to keep an eye out for discount message. Okay, that's fine. I will keep my eye out, and if I miss it, Mr. Bones will help call attention. So that's good. 2, 3, 4. Happy time zone, Amy. 5, 6, 7, and 8. The tiny little head. Okay. I'm waiting with bated breath. Wait, what about the Soul Silver Run? Are we getting more videos? We are, Darcy, or Daiquiri, sorry. I filmed 2 more episodes of gameplay yesterday. You'll see why I'm having like helicopter flashbacks whenever I talk about it. But that's at least 12 more Pokemon accounted for, and I intended to film 4 yesterday, but only 2 got filmed. So that should tell you something about how it went. But yeah, it's won't be out this week. But that's why I'm playing catch up now on these Pokemon. I'm hoping that, you know, like it won't be the next video, but I'm hoping to make it start the week after that. So that's the plan. So they're already in production. They are in progress. I have my list. I can make eye contact. It's there on the floor. The list of the 12 Pokemon I have to make for it. Yeah. Do I plan on continuing the Johto Dex or just the Silver Run? Oh no, we're going to do all of them. Guys, we're 20% of the way through every Pokemon. Not like regional forms and megas and everything else notwithstanding. We're 20% of the way through. Why would we stop now? We're just getting started. I've even, I've done the layout for a poster I want to get printed of Gen 1 when it's all done. And it looks really good and I'm really excited about it. And there's only like I said, there's only like 18, 19, 20 gaps left on it. So an animal sanctuary near your town needs to raise money and they've asked for crafters' help. They're holding a raffle of crafted stuff and you volunteered. Cool. That seems great so far. I'm waiting for the question. You up the right way. You tiny-headed creature. You're really adorable and I don't know what to do about it and I'm having cute aggression. We'll do 2 repeats of... We're going to make you wider. Wide face. Get you up to 10 stitches at least. We're going to need that new ball yarn. Who have we done today? We did Pidgeotto, we made some legs of Starmie, and we made some limbs for Pinsir. We were playing a little bit of catch-up today. And now we're doing Taurus. The theme was Fancy Tales. And yeah, Pidgeotto got picked. Pidgeotto was here in the background, looking ridiculous. But you got to picture her with her like hat and makeup on, okay? Without the wig and without the eyeliner, she looks a bit silly. This is Pidgeot. This is Pidgeotto. You can tell because of the tail, the fancy tail. So yeah, it'll work out. And of course, we have to show baby Pidgey because Pidgey is everyone's favorite. He's such a little guy. All right. Okay, here we go. You have volunteered to make crochet versions of some of their animals and open 1 commission slot. Of course, won't be claiming the patent's mine, but people may assume. So I thought about adding a little card with your info. Would that be acceptable? All right, now I'll tell you the same thing I tell everybody. You are welcome to make and sell, and by make I mean crochet, anything you like from my patterns. In general, I prefer customers remember your name over mine, but if it is appropriate to do so, you can sneak a little pattern by complicated knots in the mix. That's it. That's all. But thank you for asking, and I hope that you raise lots of money for your charity, and I hope it goes very well. I hope it goes swimmingly. You could do vaguely threatening Mr. Bones's patterns. It's like, see these skeletons? That's what these animals will be if you do not help them. So I thought about, yeah, cool, sorry. Let me know if you need, okay, cool. Sounds like that was enough of an answer for you. Good. I was going to say, let me know if you need me to, like, be more specific than that. I'm happy to. It's just in general. I get the question a lot, about selling things made from my patterns to the point where I'm just like, do other designers not let people sell things made from their patterns? But I kind of get it if part of my income came from making and selling my own patterns, I could understand a certain, like, territorialness to things. But yeah, no, honestly, it's so convenient for me for when people ask, oh, hey, do you sell finished items, to be like, nah, but other people do. You can find them. They're on Etsy and Facebook Marketplace and anywhere else you prefer to shop. So, cool. I always feel weird about this next bit, so bear with me, but like, it's part of the reason why you're like, if you use complicated knots in your like your keywords, it might help people find you, but I hate recommending that because it just sounds like I'm trying to take credit for whatever it is you've got cooking, and that's not it. But it's just like, I tell people to just like, you know, go looking. They're out there. You can find finished items made on some of these patterns. It just might make it easier for them to find if they're tagged that way, hypothetically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's just got a little face. People always love stuff from my patterns when he's, oh, that's good. That's good. That's what we like to hear. Like, I try to keep my stuff as accessible as possible, but I know that what I make is kind of tricky sometimes. But like, admittedly, there's that feedback bias of like, people only really want to share good news, but like in general, I've heard that my stuff does do pretty well on markets. It's just I've never done a market of my own, and it probably depends on the area and the person and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it depends on so many things. Oh, well, that's nice too. It's like, personally, I like to give you credit because I want people to know you too. See the critters you make as sort of teamwork. That's kind of a nice way to think about it. They have this paralyzed duck called Charlie. Oh, poor Charlie. Is Charlie okay? They rescue the animals that other rescues don't want because they're not exotic or they're disabled and they need too much care. I actually kind of understand that a little bit, like, particularly, like, if you're trying to do as much good as possible, sometimes it means that individuals can slip through the cracks a little bit, but it's nice to know that there's somebody there to help poor Charlie, the duck, as well. Sorry, in the meantime, I'm just having a hard time processing the tiny little Taurus I'm making. So, like, please don't think that I'm thinking of, like, these animals in any kind of frivolous way. I'm just also having a minor meltdown over the tiny little bull. Two. A lot of pattern writers don't want you to sell finished items or insist on thorough attributions. Yeah, well, I like I said, where appropriate, a little pattern by complicated knots is sufficient. What gets me is that people, like, rip off the whole pattern and they start either selling it in their own store or they put it in a kit. And I don't talk about some of my patterns anymore because they are just dark, dank pits of negativity for me. So that's just, it is what it is. Honestly, if you're even asking the question about attribution, you're somebody who I'm more than happy to do what you want to do with it. With the exception of selling the actual written pattern. Please don't do it. Yeah. It's like, I keep my patterns as free as I can while also still being able to do this full time. I don't feel like I'm unreasonable in my structure. I try really hard to make things as available for everyone as I can. I'm going down a bad path. Let's pull out of this nosedive. One per pattern specified selling finished products is fine, but only 5 per year. That's probably in the interest of trying, like, even mine, I've added, like, the tag of, like, no wholesale, please. And that's just in an effort to try and protect yourself from some of the stuff that goes on with, like, people bulk buying, like, crochet flowers online and then setting up a stall and selling a bunch of flowers. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, it's not great practice, but it's something that happens. And so, like, the no wholesale is, like, some attempt to protect from that, even though it doesn't, I don't think any of that stuff really has legal standing. But like I said, I can understand people not necessarily wanting people to sell finished items from their patterns if they themselves generate income from making and selling finished items from their own patterns, and I don't. So, like, I don't know if I can even really talk about it. But I also think that should be plainly obvious before a purchase is made. Just in general, I think that if someone's going to buy a pattern with an intent to sell something, they should know ahead of time if the author doesn't want them to. I don't know. They also have a chicken that shares your name and you love that. Oh, that's way happier. Oh, hi Sam. Happy time zone. I'm for attributions, but it's not always practical in the wild. Exactly. And that's why I'm just like, where appropriate, if there's room. Like a screaming opossum recently became included in some sort of, like, there was like an art display at a local university or something, and the person who'd stitched it up reached out and was like, oh, hey, do you want to be attributed? Do you want your name in there? I'm just like, okay, I'd love to have a pattern by complicated knots in there. However, if there's only room for one name, make sure that it's yours. Like, that's my stance on this. Attribute yourself first, and then if there's room, sneak a little pattern by complicated knots in there if you feel like it. Like, that's my take. Bye, Kitticus Rex. Yeah, we're making little meatball. He's got a face now. He's so small. He needs tails and he needs horns. Now, that means that I need to find some grey. Wondering if I have any left in my scrap here. That's a strand. I know I have some somewhere. Sorry, I'm gripping my shoulder because there's obviously been a pressure change in the weather and now my shoulder is bothering me. It's like, welcome to 30. You get all kinds of new interesting DLCs, and one of them for me is apparently a bad shoulder. Oh, I got another strand here. Now these aren't very long strands, but you're not a very big fellow. I think that longish strand should be enough to make a little horn. The name has not been chosen. No, I actually don't even know what the name list currently is. Angry Caterpillar is ready to fight. Oh yeah, he's got little fists. He's got little boxing gloves on. Oh yeah, no, Taurus is smaller than Caterpillar. Like he got little. I don't even know how to make this horn. We're gonna make it an unexpected kind of way. He's so tiny. Like, okay, if that's the base of his horn. Alright, I think that's about right. Hi.
Hey.
What's up?
I was just thinking, like, cows are kind of like the caterpillars of the mammalian world, you know?
No.
Yeah, because they eat green things and they eventually turn into something beautiful.
Burgers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Bones just out here choosing violence. Oh, name list. Bulldozer, Gemma, Bjorn, Ferdinand, and Odin. Taurus has no ears. I checked. We looked. I asked the question. We looked at and examined it from all angles. There is no ears. He cannot hear you. I do like the name Meatball. Could we add the name Meatball to the list? I've got a soft spot for it when I come up with a name. I get a soft spot for them. No, horns make noises. Ears hear noises. They are not the same thing. Okay, now we're going to decrease. Meatball added. Thank you. I should just get bigger yarn. Hold on one second while I go scrounging for some new yarn. And I'm still here and nobody's panicking. Everything's fine and we're all having good times. Where's my grey yarn? Here it is. Everybody's calm and we're all happy. Had to open 2 new things of yarn today. There we go. I'm just going to start this again. We'll keep this stuff for assembly. That's why I've still got it. They're just like decent sized pieces, but they're not big enough to do anything with. That was a bit silly of me, honestly. This is more reasonable. Hey, reasonable. Maybe the horns are novelty earmuffs? Wasn't Mankey called Meatball? No, we were calling him Dumpling. Let me just double check that for you though. Mankey's Furious George. I think of him as Dumpling. I think Dumpling was one of the options, but nah. Mankey's Furious George. I think we named Primate Cantankerous Gregory. You're sure that they have ears in violet? Okay, but they don't in any of these pictures. I'm just telling you. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to like not crochet with my hands under here for a second, but I'm still gonna be here in this camera. It's just I think that position is aggravating a little bit. So we're just gonna sit up and I'm gonna crochet back here and I will make sure that I show things frequently on the top down view. But him as hairy meatball was probably a joke we were making, Nat. It sounds like us. Oh, night Caitlin. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, and Night Puppy Mint Mocha as well. Okay, now we do the little decrease that I was talking about before. And then 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3, Thought need a heat pack for your shoulder. No, it's more that there's like a pressure bubble, if that makes sense. It's new. I'm learning and adapting to whatever it is going on. I felt the pressure change as well, just like with the weather, and so I'm just assuming it's aggravated it. An old, like, yeah. And also the fact that I sit here leaning forward isn't a good position for your back and shoulders anyway. So we're okay. Yeah, no ears on any of them, I'm telling you. Okay, how big do these need to be though? Because like, it kind of feels like it's it. We're going to decrease again. We're down to 4 stitches though, so it's not good. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you know what? My ball probably just needs reinflating so it's up higher. So I'm sitting on one of those like bouncy exercise ball things, which is really good for like keeping me focused and like good blood flow and like a little bit of, you know, while I'm sitting for long periods of time, this is what I want to be sitting on. But it deflates slowly over time, and I've noticed my desk getting higher. So I think it's just at a bad angle for me, and if we reinflate it, I'll be up here, and that'll be better. So that's probably what I need. I'll get Mr. Bones to reinflate my ball for me. Him's got no ears, only horns. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. I don't think he has much more horn than that. I think that's it. It's so small. Everything about him is so teeny tiny. Okay. And we'll weave this around. This. And don't get me wrong, I'm manually bending them into a curve, but I think I can get away with it. You guys will let me get away with that, right? Oh, back we go. Ear holes under his fur like a lizard, maybe? Okay, 3 years dungeon for Duchess Cassandra for that suggestion. That's as bad as the blinking pupils. I look kind of low in frame. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I'm slowly shrinking. Because I haven't reinflated this thing for a while now, and I've spent many hours on the ball. But yeah, honestly, it's the best decision I ever made is like spending my filming time on this, even if it does mean that I live in fear every time I drop a needle. Pop. Wah! You think you made a terrible mistake? Child needs to go to bed an hour, just installed Untitled Goose. Oh no! Oh hey! Goose! Is Dungeons and Daddies a sort of narrative podcast? It is. It's one long story. They're playing like a Dungeons and Dragons type game. But I actually think it's very accessible if you don't know a lot about that sort of thing. It's just like a bunch of soccer dads have to go through like this other dimension and save their sons. It's unexpectedly hilarious and very, very good. I really enjoy it. We're still live! Hi, Becky! Okay, well, I guess I'll make his other little horn, because we're here, and we're still doing it. And then we haven't done tail, and we're missing one leg as well. I'd like to make all the pieces, given we've made it to this point. But we'll do the name vote pretty soon, and honestly, stream is probably winding down at this point. We have a horn and a leg and a tail to make. We have a name to give and a reveal to do, but all of that stuff's going to wrap up probably comfortably within about half an hour. Possibly less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just we are approaching our destination is all I'm communicating there. The fact that I can't sit forward anymore suggests to me that like we're probably about done here. Well, Nat, I really like it. I think it's fun. So yeah, give it a try. See if you like it. It's free on Spotify, so there's like no harm. I do think it takes a couple episodes to warm up, but season 1 is very, very good. I enjoyed season 2, but it takes a little more work to get into it. And I believe there's a season 3, but the season 2 and season 1 is like a standalone. I reckon you can consume season 2 as a standalone as well. And I assume season 3 is even more of the same type of thing, as in like you can just eat it separately. Yeah, these things are not the same, but yeah, I encourage everybody to give Dungeons and Daddies a go. I think it's very funny. Oh, hey CK, do you know if there is a way to not have a line in your work when you work in the round? I'm working on a bride and groom and the dress is an obvious line going around. Well, you can be sneaky about it, like hide it somewhere. Are you doing like joined rounds or are you working in a spiral? Because like my instinct is to say work in the spiral and you won't have any kind of obvious line, but sometimes I understand that joined rounds have their place. What am I planning to do with Pokemon with variants like Unknown and Spinder? We will cross that bridge when we get to it. I don't know. With Unknown, we might roll like a categories dice or something, and if it doesn't look like anyone's genitals, we'll make it. For Spinder, we probably will just go with whatever the default sprite is. Honestly, that's a lot of the time my reference images are just the default sprites. So that means that I think I've made the male variant of more Pokemon than the female, just because I haven't known that there isn't anything different about the female Pokemon because we've been working from the official sprite. So that's probably what we would do. That said, when Spinder and Unknown come up, feel free to like cause a ruckus. I'm open to ideas. It's just it probably won't occur to me to not do the default. Thank you, Daiquiri, for posting the blurb there. Happy time zone, Amanda. Yeah, I think we've had a little bit of fun. I think it's been a very peaceful, chill stream today. We got very enthusiastic about cleaning products. Here you are, buddy. Alright, let's get this name vote started, shall we? Just look at him. He's just a little fella. He's smaller than Caterpickle. By a lot. He is an appropriate sized steed for Pidgey. Wait. Love this. Okay, you just go there for a second, mate. We will do the name vote right now. We'll get that started. I could do CK for Unknown. Am I shrinking in the frame? No, I'm not. I'm kind of like moving backwards and forwards a little bit, and I'm descending. When I move close to the computer and I move down, and I move further away, and I move back up again. I'm trying to move forward to use the keyboard. I'm so sorry. Like, things have gotten out of hand. I liked the name Meatball. I'm going to put that in the name list. It's going to be the first option, so everybody knows it's my favorite. And then, let's see. I will wait for the rest from Mr. Bones. The shiny Unknown is blue. It's a lot of black otherwise. He may be small, but he is a mighty meatball. He is. He's a spicy meatball. You can tell from his little face. He's the same size as the sprite on the screen. Oh, there we go. Bulldozer, which is, funnily enough, one of Taurus's moves. And Gemma, Bjorn, Ferdinand, Odin, Meatball. That's a lot of names. I'm gonna go rogue. Okay, we got Bjorn. And let's see. Ferdinand or Odin? Well, we've got Bjorn, so I feel like we have a Viking name represented. Let's go Ferdinand. There we go. Name the Taurus. Caterpickle reigns supreme. Yeah, he does. Where's my hook? Okay, guys, I think stream's over. Where's my hook? There it is. Okay, I found it. We're good. Hey, I'm glad your stitch marker reappeared. Look, Caterpickle did turn out unusually large. Caterpickle hit his growth spurt early, okay? Okay, I'm working on the tail while you guys make some votes. Name some names. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. 9. Taurus used minimize too many times. 10, 11, 12. That went badly. Ah, I see you're all making the correct choice. Good to know, good to know. Only if you want to be Annie. It's a no pressure type of situation. It's more that like Nat feels a great deal of enthusiasm about Caterpickle. And Daiquiri, again, same thing again with Dratini. If you want to be enthusiastic and check in on Taurus every now and then, you can feel absolutely welcome to. Always happy to have people be a little enthusiastic. Enthusiasm's nice. Over tail, single crochet, double, treble, and then 12 single crochet, and we finished off. Then I just pulled the tail a little bit and see what I mean about it being self-supporting. Someone was asking about wire earlier. I was like, nah, it'll support itself. Like so. I was a little over enthusiastic when setting myself a tail. Thank you very much. I feel quite happy with it personally. I do think the charcoal was the correct choice. We very nearly made them blue, the way they kind of appear in the sprite, but I think charcoal was correct, particularly as Bulbapedia supported our choice there, saying that they were black. Seriously, completely out of pins until I do some sewing, which is very alarming. That's how many Pokemon I have still on my to-do, like in my to-do bucket, half made. There's one tail, and he will have 2 more just like it. How is your Hydrini? He is currently chilling up there with Onyx. Hold on 1 second. Parents checking in on their kids. One minute. Don't want anything on my phone to show up on stream, but that's out of shot, so we're fine. There he is. It's like a check-in from daycare. Yeah, Darcy, it's in the Discord. Mr. Bones, I'm so sorry, I've just read your alternate ear theory that the brown floof is just like he has long floppy ears, and that's horrifying. That is so upsetting. Oh guys, if you're going to start asking for check-ins on some of the Pokemon we have, a lot of them are spending their time in a bag I can barely lift. Shall I show you the bag? Hold on 1 second, I'll get the bag. Pay no attention to any loud sounds you hear. is the bag of Pokemon. There is a great many Pokemon in here, and some of them are going to be at the bottom of this bag of Pokemon, which makes a check-in on like Parasect, like a specific one, kind of tricky to wrangle, because like he's in here. We know he's in here. We just aren't going to be super clear on where he is. That looks like him. Is that him? Nope, that's Weedle. So yeah, like specific check-ins can be tricky. Some of them we have left out because I know that people will check in on them. But others are just like hard. Needless to say, they're in here somewhere. Hold on one sec. There we go. Okay, I'm back. Whew. We're not going to need like 20 bags. We're 20% of the way through the Pokemon. At most, I'm going to need 4 more that size. So it's it's one of those bags that you get pillows in. I actually really like them because they breathe, but they keep the dust off. Okay, yeah, no, stream is basically done. Night Sith Assassin, the name Meatball stands. We'll end that poll now. Meatball is a great little name for him because he's not steak sized, you know, he's not a rump roast, he's just a little meatball. And let's do the reveals. Oh, sorry, I didn't announce the names. Meatball won with 43% of the vote. Then came Ferdinand at 28%, Bjorn at 14%, and Bulldozer at 13%. Thank you for everybody who voted. Okay, well, let's reveal who the other answers were in our Fancy Tales theme. Now, the theme was Fancy Tales, but it's important to note that the colour of the square is the colour of the tail. Now, I know a bunch of people guessed this one here. It was Seeking! Good work, everybody. There was some conjecture as to who number 4 was because there was a few with tails that colour. The fancy tail in question was Meowth's. Look at that fancy tail. That's a fancy tail. And door number 5 is the one that I think some people will be disappointed that they didn't pick. Door number 5 was Raichu, trying really hard to be picked. So, there. But like, what if when you make the Gyarados, a whole bag just for him? Okay, Nat, you're being a bad influence right now. So those were the solutions for today. We have less than 20 Pokemon to go. I can't be more specific than that because even though the number on the screen is there, I do not want to confirm if that is accurate or if it's slightly lower than that, slightly higher than that. So it's slightly different than that because we've got Soul Silver spoilers at play for the next couple of weeks, which always makes it really interesting. But in any case, the gist is we have less than 20 to go. We're getting really close. I'm going to hopefully finish some of these off this week because I just have to. But yeah, we're going to call it there for today. So thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had some fun and I will see you all next Sunday, hopefully. So happy time zone, everybody. And I'll leave this on the screen. Nat, I just want you to know I'm not mad at you. Everything is fine. I was just joking.